Check, 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 check. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4.
One doesn't. Good morning, everyone. I know everyone is pleased to see each other after probably so many years not seeing each other. But please, could we find a seat? We're gonna start in about 5 minutes. So thank you, 5 to 10 minutes. Do you switch it off?
Good morning, everyone. Bienvenidos. Bonjour. Can't remember anything else in French. Hi, everybody. Good morning. If I could have your attention, please. Just a few, before we start, just a few housekeeping notes. Interpretation is available English channel 1, Spanish channel 2, French channel 3. Restrooms are over here to my right. If you could silence your phones, please. Also, thank you. I'm not going to say that. They already know. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome. We're very excited to have you all here. I think that was it. Okay. I'm going to pass it over to Ludovic so we can start the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona. And good morning again to all of you who have come from very far away, for some of you, to attend this global forum. And we hope that we will have a lot of interesting discussions over the next 3 days, but also a lot of fun. And so we will start immediately with a movie that we wanted to show you before we officially kick in with the official opening. So thank you.
In this spectacular place we all share, treasure is found in many forms, all of it connected in a wondrous web, where every action matters. For the air, for the water, for the soil, and the magnificence of life. In the sector where the pursuit of one treasure meets the challenge of protecting others, planetGOLD is making a world of difference. Born from the Minamata Convention on Mercury, planetGOLD brings us together to work towards a mercury-free artisanal and small-scale gold mining sector. Since 2018, with funding from the Global Environment Facility, the planetGOLD program has expanded to support countries all over the globe to promote responsible mining practices. planetGOLD is supporting efforts to formalize the ASGM sector, pilot financing and investment models, facilitate access to mercury-free technologies, improve miners' access to formal markets, raise awareness, and promote gender equality. To ensure vulnerable communities, the environment, and future generations won't suffer the impacts of mercury pollution. The program also aims to convene and share knowledge, multiplying our impact. By coming together, we can foster collaborative approaches that transform the supply chain from mine to market. With real-world applications to help those who seek the treasures of gold more safely, more responsibly, mercury-free, making a difference for the greatest treasure of all, the future. Together, we can make mercury history.
Together, we can make
Mercury
Mercury
history.
Thank you for joining us at the Global Forum on ASGM 2024.
Thank you. So you've all seen a few very nice photos and a video that we've developed together with the planetGOLD family over the years. And now we are able to officially open this event. And for the next 3 days, I would invite the open-it dignitaries to come to the stage. Undersecretary Jocelyn Marcus Fragada, Ms. Monika Stankiewicz, and Anil Sogdeo. Thank you. Thank you. And first, we'll hear from our host country, from the Undersecretary for Field Operations in Mindanao, Mr. Jocelyn Marcos Escobar Fragada, who was appointed into service in 2007 as the 6th Regional Executive Director of Region 5, or Bicol region, and was then the youngest Regional Executive Director of the Department of Environment and National Resources. 5 years later, in 2012, he was assigned in Davao region as the Regional Executive Director of DNR 11. As a director, he is often tagged as a visionary, proactive, and a strategic enabler. He believes that achieving success is highly collaborative, so very fitting to planetGOLD. Thus, upholding and mainstreaming strong partnership with different sectors is what he does best. In 2022, Undersecretary Escobar Fragada was appointed as Undersecretary and was designated as the new Undersecretary for Field Operations in Mindanao. And earlier this year, he was designated as the Supervising Undersecretary for Environment Management Bureau in Mines and Geoscience Bureau in Mindanao.
Dans la région de Mindanao, donc dans le sud des Philippines.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Magandang umaga. That's good morning in Tagalog. So I do realize that I was informed, I think 26 countries are represented today in this forum. Secretary Loizaga would have wanted to be here, but she sent me instead. She had to attend to some pressing matters in Manila. Distinguished guests, delegates, and dignitaries, welcome to the Philippines. It is my honor on behalf of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, headed by our Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga, to welcome each and every one of you to the 2024 Global Forum on ASGM. We are all here united by a common purpose to share knowledge, build partnerships, and discuss lessons learned in our efforts to improve and professionalize the artisanal and small-scale gold mining sector. Representing 26 countries, we hold the potential to improve the lives of millions and work towards building a mercury-free future. In the Philippines, small-scale mining dates back to pre-colonial times, when indigenous communities engaged in traditional mining activities. Gold from artisanal mining was used to craft intricate jewelry and ornaments, as well as ceremonial objects used in rituals and traditional practices, symbolizing wealth, prestige, and power. ASGM provided real economic opportunities for 100 million people throughout the world who are involved in this sector. While it can be associated with poverty, it also holds immense potential for economic empowerment, particularly in rural areas still. The sector faces challenges that threaten both human health and the environment. On a more personal note, I was sent here to speak in behalf of the Secretary because we are truly trying to promote also the small-scale mining sector. We've been promoting for the past 2 years, large-scale mining. But we do realize the need to be able to alleviate poverty in certain areas. In my area in Mindanao, I think in Mindanao we have the most number of small-scale mining areas. Under the DNR, we have an instrument called the Minahang Bayan. Okay, it's a Minahang Bayan. It's a small-scale mining area which we are trying to promote. No? These are for the people who live in far-flung areas and have areas with have potential for gold mining. But although we are promoting small-scale mining, we'd like to be able to have them coexist with large-scale mining as well. Most of the areas of small-scale mining is beside or approximately just a few kilometers away from large-scale mining. So we are trying to impose to our large-scale miners to help and assist also the small-scale miners if areas can be provided for them as well for livelihood. Because there are areas that have no other livelihood but mining. That's number one. Number two, the shift from mercury to cyanide or to another product which will be more environmental friendly. These are one of the things we are looking at as well. We do understand the dangers of the use of mercury and other products. That's why here in the Philippines, we no longer allow mercury, but we do allow cyanide. And if there is an introduction of another product that is more environmental friendly, we will surely try to look into it. Just last year, I think in my area in Mindanao, we were able to declare 6 or 7 areas for small-scale mining, which we're trying to replicate in other areas of Luzon and Visayas as well. Again, it's more of coexistence between the large-scale miners and the small-scale miners because there is a lot of potential for gold mining. At the same time, proper taxes have to be paid to the government so we can realize the actual potential of small-scale mining. Lastly, although we promote it, we are still for responsible mining. So the safeguards and measures that we're trying to place around small-scale mining areas are still being established in terms of protecting and regulating the environment. The good news is, initiatives like the planetGOLD program offer a path toward responsible ASGM development. Through the program, we all aim to improve the lives and livelihoods of artisanal and small-scale miners while protecting the environment. In the Philippines, planetGOLD has been instrumental in providing training and capacity-building workshops for miners and government officials. Since the project's inception in 2019, we have worked on initiatives such as environmental and social monitoring, gender inclusion, technology improvement, formalization, and traceability. These achievements are a testament to the power of collaboration. The planetGOLD Philippines project wouldn't have been possible without the crucial role of the Mines and Geosciences Bureau and the support of the Artisanal Gold Council and its local team. Their dedication to responsible ASGM practices has made the Philippines a leader in this field. The journey towards a responsible ASGM sector is far from complete. Over the next few days, let's share experiences, learn from each other's successes, and forge new paths of partnership. We can discuss best practices for tackling environmental concerns, promoting gender equity within the sector, and ensuring fair trade for responsibly mined gold. Together, we can create a thriving ASGM sector that benefits miners, protects our planet, and empowers communities for many generations to come. Let this forum be a catalyst for global action. Let's transform the narrative surrounding ASGM, highlighting its potential for positive and lasting change. Thank you for being here. Let's make this a transformative and inspiring event for all. Good morning to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary. Indeed, you have mentioned that the Philippines is a leader in this work on artisanal and small-scale gold mining, and I can attest of that. When I started working in 2000, thank you, I'm shorter than you, obviously. When I started working in 2000, my first project was actually in Mindanao on gold mining. So we've been working here together, yes, for a long time. And in the negotiation for the convention, the Philippines was also a leader then. And that takes me to the next speaker for this morning, Ms. Monika Stankiewicz. the Executive Secretary of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Ms. Stankiewicz was appointed as the Executive Secretary of the Minamata Convention in early 2020, but she has more than 20 years of experience on working on environmental issues, including 13 at international intergovernmental organizations. Most recently, she served as the Executive Secretary of the Baltic Marine Environment Protection Commission. In this role, she led the successful implementation of the Baltic Sea Action Plan, a comprehensive program of measure based on the ecosystem approach. She contributed to the formulation of major new policies to address pollution sources at sea, on land, and airborne, including the prioritized area of hazardous substances, eutrophication, biodiversity, and maritime activities. So a lot of the areas where mercury indeed has an impact. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and dear Undersecretary Jocelyn Fragada, and distinguished colleagues from the GEF Secretariat, UNEP, UNIDO, UNDP, Conservation International, and planetGOLD program teams, distinguished delegates and guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to deliver opening remarks at this flagship event of the Planet program hosted by the Philippines for the first time. And before I continue, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers of this global forum, our colleagues from planetGOLD and UNIDO. Your hard work during the past months and dedication bringing us all together here in the Philippines is very much appreciated, and what a magnificent venue. It's really, really great to be here. And the forum, I have to say, comes at an important moment in the life of the convention. We will soon be celebrating the 7th birthday, and that means that parties are really deeply involved now in implementation of the suite of control obligations under the convention, to which they sign up to when they join the convention, and among these is, of course, the Article 7 on artisanal and small-scale gold mining. And our discussions in the next 2 days will be an opportunity to take stock of what the Minamata Convention community has achieved so far, including in particular, the progress on ASGM, but also to look into the future with pragmatic lenses on how to address the challenges that still lie ahead of us. And as we take stock of the past, I'm reminded of how the negotiators decided to best address the complex nature and unique challenges of widespread mercury use in artisanal gold mining sector. The convention negotiators agreed on an innovative approach that advances locally based solutions that are linked with the national and international objectives, and the resulting approach is Annex C of the Convention on National Action Plan. And this approach owns scientific and intellectual groundings to many of you present here at the forum. The planetGOLD program was designed to support countries' commitments under the Minamata Convention, and it in turn plays a key role in implementation of national action plans. I'm very proud that to date, the convention has 147 parties, and new parties are joining on a continual basis. A great many of the parties are eligible for support to implement the convention through its financial mechanism, which stands on 2 pillars, the Global Environment Facility and the specific international program. The GEF has steadily increased its allocation to the convention support over the past 3 replenishment cycles and since the convention entered into force. And as you may know, in GEF 8, there is a total of nearly $270 million to support the Minamata Convention implementation. And to the national focal points and government colleagues present here, I urge you to engage with the GEF operational and political focal point with the implementing agencies to ensure full and effective use of this allocation, not only for ASGM, but also to across many sectors for which parties have taken on binding control obligations to address mercury. And thanks to the, in large part, to enabling activity support from the GEF and work of many of you present here, we have achieved a steady progress regarding the national action plans. The Secretariat has received 51 notifications from both parties and non-parties that the ASGM sector is more than insignificant. There has been 48 National Action Plan projects funded by the GEF. 36 National Action Plans have been submitted officially to the Secretariat. And as you know, 23 planetGOLD projects have been funded in support of the NAPs. And as these numbers tell you, many parties are actively undertaking the NAPs, and the GEF planetGOLD project is there to right behind them and is available. Let me also mention a few latest developments under the Minamata Convention. During the last year conference of the parties taken several decisions that are relevant to how the implementation of Article 7 ASGM is going to be taken forward. First and foremost, the COP adopted specific decisions related to impacts of mercury on indigenous peoples and on local communities, fully recognizing their role as the agents of change and importance of their involvement in the projects and programs under the Minamata Convention, including in the development and implementation of national action plans. And this recognition is a milestone in the life of the convention, ensuring that we are on the right track to reach the most important goal and objective for our work, and that is to protect people who are in vulnerable situations and exposed to mercury pollution, and especially women and children, or including women and children. Secondly, there is now a comprehensive gender action plan for the Minamata Convention in place to fully mainstream gender consideration in the work of the convention on all levels. And thirdly, there will be a financial support available to parties in undertaking their reviews of implementation of Article 7 on ASGM. And here I would like to extend my appreciation to the GEF Secretariat for already acting on this COP decision and proposing a new line for enabling activities in GEF 8 to support parties in doing their reviews. And why reviews are important? Because we would like those national action plans to be actively followed up, and it's an opportunity for parties to revisit and see what needs to be adjusted, and also after that report to the convention, which is their legal obligation. And furthermore, parties are invited to work on mercury and biodiversity in an integrated manner, for example, through including mercury-related actions in projects developed under GEF 8 Biodiversity Focal Area and integrated programs, as well as under the Global Biodiversity Fund. And while we recognize the amount of substantive work that has been done, there is still much work ahead of us. As we know, global economic uncertainty continues to drive investors to gold, which means the demand for gold. The price of gold hit an all-time high in May, and this development will likely be linked to the increased demand for mercury. So this is a sobering reminder globally, demand for mercury globally. And this is a sobering reminder of the importance of the work of planetGOLD program and the value of the knowledge that is being generated in this program to ensure the lasting impact of that work and also to inform our future efforts and activities. And with this, I would like to conclude my opening remarks and wish all of you fruitful and enjoyable discussions and exchanges during the forum. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Monica. Indeed, we shouldn't forget that we're here gathered today to talk, of course, about artisanal and small-scale gold mining and the use of mercury in this sector, but also this is enabled through the instrument that we have, the Minamata Convention. The next and final speaker for this event, before I talk a bit about planetGOLD after, is Anil Sogdio. Anil is a senior environmental specialist in the Global Environment Facility, the donor for this program. Anil is the GEF's coordinator for chemicals and waste. He works towards a pollution-free, zero-waste future through supporting the GEF's work on the implementation of the chemicals and waste multilateral environment agreements, including the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutant, the Minamata Convention on Mercury, the Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete Ozone Layer, and the Strategic Approach to International Chemicals Management, which has been recently replaced by the Global Framework on Chemicals. Anil is a national of Trinidad and Tobago, and he has worked in the field of environment and development for over 20 years. Anil, please.
Thank you. Good morning, and thanks, Ludovic. Undersecretary and Executive Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, it's my pleasure to offer some remarks on behalf of the Global Environment Facility this morning. So as we gather here today, I just first wanted to extend thanks to the planetGOLD team for that aspirational and inspiring film that we saw that looks at all the partners involved in planetGOLD. So really thank you for that, and it marks, I think, the tone for this first in-person forum. We've had it in the past due to COVID online, so it's really good to be here in person. It's great to see so many of you here, including miners, which I think is very important, members of the private sector and the public sector, representatives, experts, our executive secretary and her staff from the Minamata Convention, and the implementing and executing partners. So I've been with planetGOLD since before it was planetGOLD. So kind of reflecting on the early days of our journey, we faced a daunting problem with no clear solution in sight. There was no planetGOLD program, no funded country projects, and while there were many activities on the ground done by many of you in this room and elsewhere, there was no cohesive strategy, particularly those seeking to unlock financing from the commercial sources to address this issue. And yet, as I stand before you today, I see remarkable progress. What began as a determination to tackle mercury use in small scale and artisanal scale gold mining has evolved into a mission. The planetGOLD program and its brand now stands at a clear pathway away from mercury and innovation in finance, technology, formalization, and importantly, partnerships. A vision for new practices has expanded into a portfolio encompassing 26 countries, with Costa Rica being the most recent addition to the planetGOLD family. And I hope in the next time we meet in 2 years, we'll be able to welcome even more countries into the portfolio. So what started as an idea born from a conversation we had with miners in Peru has become a reality, positively impacting thousands of lives and communities around the world. Our shared planet faces life-threatening challenges, as you saw in part in the little film, not just for humans, but for all species. The enormity of these challenges can feel overwhelming, and progress often seems slow. Countless obstacles stand in our way, and any positive change demands immense stamina, commitment, and perseverance. It also requires thinking outside the box and taking risks, which planetGOLD does to a large measure. But let me assure you, as I see, it's not impossible. planetGOLD is proof that our work can and does make a difference. To date, we have supported over 17,000 miners, half of whom are women, in their formalization process. We have eliminated over 30 tons of toxic mercury, and it's by no means close to the target we set, but it is an important milestone. And through our efforts, we've secured over $1 million in external, private, and commercial financing and facilitated responsible mercury-free production of nearly 1 ton of gold. This is the power of planetGOLD. This is the power of your dedication. As we convene over the next few days, I urge you to draw inspiration from each other. Your stories, your lessons, and your experience. If your project is just beginning, seek valuable insights from those further along. We have some of our graduating countries here today, Indonesia and Guyana, so please make sure you talk to them because they've completed their entire project. If you're more advanced, share the lessons you've learned about opening markets for minors, improving gender awareness and inclusion, particularly in decision-making, and creating innovative communication products. And something to keep in mind, our learning comes both from our successes, but also from our failures. Share what you wish you would have done differently for those that you've done differently for those more advanced projects, because it is these reflections that we can grow stronger. On behalf of the Global Environment Facility, the Program Steering Committee, and our many partners who have dedicated their time and talents over the past 5 years, I extend my deepest thanks to each and every one of you for participating, and together we can boldly make Mercury history. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Anil. And of course, we talked about the 26 countries that are now part of this family, but not all are at the same stage of implementation, and it's good to take some key points of where we stand. Also, we have today and for the week partners of planetGOLD that also need to learn from what we have done and where they can engage further. So, as you know, and that's on the screen, planetGOLD is a program that is funded by the Global Environment Facility that started in 2018, but we don't work alone. There's 4 implementing agency partners, so UNEP, UNDP, UNIDO, and Conservation International. The program supports countries' commitments under the Minamata Convention on Mercury, so that's a very important point because that's the key to obtaining financing from the GEF. As we stand, the original 8 country projects, and we start the execution of new ones. It makes a good time to pause and reflect on what we have learned to date, and also bring in others from the ASGM communities to contemplate what to bring forward in future implementation. So learn from the past, but also get new insights. So, for the newer members of our community here in this room this week, just a quick reminder, all the planetGOLD projects share a common theory of change and programmatic pillars, which they aim to achieve to reduce mercury use. So first of all, we need to facilitate efforts to integrate the sector into the formal economy and the regulatory system, in other terms, to formalize the sector. We need to focus especially on efforts to remove the barrier to formal financing by piloting a range of models for accessing financing by the miners and investment for the miners and their communities. That's an important part of planetGOLD, and that's what sets planetGOLD aside from the activities we were running up to now. Then, of course, we have a pillar on introducing mercury-free gold extractions technologies and best practice, and we will learn a lot this week about that aspect as well, that we've been working on for a number of years. And finally, we're facilitating access to formal markets, so working with the gold consumers to make sure that the miners that work with us in these programs can sell their gold internationally and get the best money for the gold they produce, which is mercury-free and responds to a number of standards. Of course, there's two cross-cutting thematic issues that we all have to take into account, which is awareness raising, sharing of information, improving understanding the challenges that we face in the different situations, and share this information. That's very important. And the second part is promoting gender equity by identifying gender gaps in the sectors and introducing strategies to promote equal opportunities for women and men. Here are a few results. We track, of course, the progress on the program overall, the sum of this project, of course, but what the program achieved beyond this, the strict sum of the results of the project, the individual projects. And here are some snapshots from our latest annual report. So here you can see that we have achieved, as Anil has said, 30 tons of reduction of mercury. A lot of it is done through the awareness and the educational activity. So it's with the events such as this, but of course in the countries as well, where we share the information and the experience that we gather in the implementation of the projects, that we can prevent future use of mercury in the sector, and then we can convince more miners to adopt the technologies that we propose, and of course to jump on the bandwagon of formalization and access to finance. On gender, interesting to note that although the number is also a bit modest, 17,000 miners assisted in formalization, it's actually equally split between men and women, so we did a good job there. These numbers, as Anil has pointed out, may be a bit modest as we are now, but we need to realize that there's a momentum in this project. The projects that are finishing soon or have finished recently among the 8 original countries are still continuing. The work is still continuing by national government, by the national stakeholders, and the international buyers. And these numbers will grow in these 8 countries as we use the lessons learned that we had in these countries to speed up the implementation and the uptake in the new countries that come on board. So anyone interested in more information on the progress and the activities in the program can check out the most recent annual progress report, which include narrative summaries of key activities and accomplishments among all the projects in the program. And you can download this report using the QR code here, and it's available in 3 languages. The 3 languages we have here today, English, French, and Spanish. So it's great to be here together for the first time as a global community since the disruptions of the COVID pandemic. When we designed planetGOLD originally, we were supposed to meet as a global forum every 2 years. We've done it once online, which was an experience, but it doesn't allow for this interaction that we will have over the next 3 days. So in light of this, we want to maximize our time together over the next 3 days to enhance our sense of shared purposes and ambition to accelerate our work towards a mercury-free ASGM sector. So this is the agenda for the next 3 days. You have it on your desks. Just one note here is that you see that today and tomorrow we finish at 5. I just wanted to make a point here. We have translation into French and into Spanish, and the translators have a hard stop at 5. So I call on everyone to be here on time in the morning, because if we accumulate delay from the time we start in the morning, then we'll reach the end of the day, and some of us will not be able to participate as fully as when the translation is available. So please make sure we stick to time. While we work as individual projects and as a program under planetGOLD umbrella, we also realize a community of practice on the ASGM exists worldwide. So during these 3 days, we want to exchange experience and lessons learned within the planetGOLD family, but also want to include our key partners, allies, and stakeholders in this exchange. As you know, we have the program advisory group, and a number of representatives are here with us. They bring a lot of vision and ideas from outside the program that we take on board. We need, as we've seen from the previous 2 slides, access to finance is still a hard work, and we need to reach out to the finance community, and we have some with us this week, so let's make the most of it. So the agenda has been designed to promote this exchange, and we will have a session focused on the key pillars of the program: finance, formalization, technology exchange, and communication. One interesting and hopefully task that we will all take part and find really new is on the final day we will have an opportunity to apply what has been discussed over the first 2 days by breaking up into groups to consider hypothetical ASGM scenarios and see and try to apply what we have learned to suggest intervention. This is to underline that there is no one solution fit all. We need to take into account specific conditions, geological, social, and regulatory, in order to develop the best project possible. So thank you for joining us in this 2024 Global Forum on artisanal and small-scale gold mining. And if you have any question, feel free to reach out. We'll be here together for 3 days. Thank you. So this closes the formal opening of the event. So I thank the dignitaries that have all given us their vision, and we will move on to the next session soon. So thank you. And the Secretary, Monica and Emil. And I invite then the next panel on the podium, which will be led by Blessing Ongwe. And together we will hear from miners. And that's quite important because, of course, we have designed this program to reduce mercury use in the sector, but the main beneficiaries of our activities are actually the miners. So we need to hear from them to see if what we propose is actually working for them or not. So I invite Dan Omondi Odida, Wellington, Sandoli Dabire, and Edward Sanfuma. And to guide us through this discussion, we have Ms. Blessing Ongwe, which works for Delft Exchange Coordinator for English-speaking Africa regions. Blessing Ongwe is a successful small-scale miner herself. Her strong leadership skills and passion for empowering women miners have resulted in her occupying various leadership positions in Women Mining Association, as well as the Zimbabwe Miners Federation. Blessing is a former vice president of this federation and a founder and leader of the Women in Mining Association under the wings of the Ministry of Women, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises. She started as a leader of the Guruve District Women in Mining Association and climbed the ladder to serve in the Mashonaland Central Province Women in Mining Association chairperson and the Zimbabwe Women in Mining Association chairperson from 2017 to 2018. Blessing also served as the SADC regional leader for African Women in Mining Association. Currently, Blessing is the Regional Knowledge Exchange Coordinator for Anglophone Africa for the Delve Exchange Program on artisanal and small-scale coal mining. I will leave you in a very capable hands for this session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Blessing, and I'm going to be leading the miners session. Before we start in, I'll let the panelists introduce themselves. So I'll start with Wellington.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wellington Chakawarasha. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Zimbabwe Miners Federation. And Zimbabwe Miners Federation is the brainchild of the Minister of Mines and Mining Development in Zimbabwe, whose birth was marked to represent and contribute to the development, growth, and empowerment of the artisanal and small-scale miners. I thank you.
Hi, my name is Seydou Kabri. I'm the National Project Manager for planetGOLD Burkina Faso. I'm just here to support the miners from Burkina as he is not comfortable with the language.
New Winiga. I'm Yula Dabire Sandoli, Burkina Faso, New Pierre Adano, Président de la coopérative GEM Taba de New Pierre.
Hi, good morning all. I'm Dan Odida, the National Chair of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners Association of Kenya, called ASMAC. Welcome.
Hello. I'm Edward Senfuma from Uganda. I welcome you all. I'm Executive Director, Chitundi Kayonza Miners Association, Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got a very rich and diverse panelists here from Kenya, Uganda, Burkina Faso, and Zimbabwe. So it will be very interesting to hear and exchange insights on challenges in access to finance and collaborating with banks and navigating the supply chain. So my first question is going to be over to you, Wellington. It's going to come to all of you, actually. So, Wellington, currently for miners in your country, your area, where do miners usually obtain funds for capital investments and money for day-to-day operations? What are your customary business arrangements?
In Zimbabwe, we have a very dire situation where most artisanal small-scale miners actually are in quandary in terms of financial issues because the main system does not cater for the artisanal small-scale miners. Actually, they do not understand the operations of the small-scale miners. We have classified miners as to class A, B, C, and D. Out of the 1.5 million people that are in Zimbabwe, 84% are the illegal miners and 16% being registered. So the 84% are the major chunk which do not benefit from any government backing. So how they get funding is through sponsorship from people that have got funds to assist on their dire need to have compressor, generators, and other basic mining equipment. So that kind of relationship is now very much dependent on the equity, where the person that is funding that activity becomes automatically the major shareholder of that particular activity. So we notice that this is what is happening in Zimbabwe, despite the fact that the government of Zimbabwe has actually come in with some funding, which is a drop in the ocean. There's the Mining Industry Loan Fund Blessing through the Ministry of Mines and Mining Development, and there's the Gold Development Initiative, which is administered through the Gold Fidelity Refiners. But these need collateral. And only Class A and B, when I'm talking about Class A and B, these are the miners that can produce up to 20 kgs a month, who have properly defined mining structures, but there are very few of those. That is between maybe 20 to 100, the whole of Zimbabwe. The majority being the cell phone miners, who now then require a lot of financial assistance to do their mining operations on a day-to-day basis. We also have the buyers, the gold buyers that do buy gold. They are, of course, they are licensed by the Fidelity printers, and these normally assist in terms of funding to the small-scale miners, those that require compressors, those that would want mercury to take when they are doing their ore amalgamation, and also payment for transport costs to the custom milling centers. So automatically by that, the buyer now becomes part of that particular project. We also have custom millers that are into sponsoring mining activities when they notice that the miners, the resources that they are bringing to the custom mill has got resources, empirical evidence to show that there's resources, they will definitely assist those miners to enhance their production. So basically, this is the structures of how miners get funding in Zimbabwe. The majority, the funding that has been there from government is actually a drop in the auction. And the 5%, the incentives that are given for gold production is Fidelity is giving 5% incentive to those that are producing 20 kgs, which is only applicable to gold buyers. I think that's the one I can say for that question. Blessing.
All right, thank you so much. Over to you, Sandoli. What's your insight?
Michel, donc, comment est-ce que vous obtenez le financement au niveau du Burkina Faso pour vos activités? Quels sont vos acheteurs? Comment est-ce que vous obtenez les ressources pour vos activités?
C'est pas facile. Bon, ton bébé a ton hana tout bordeaux. Ton me en passant un tour voilà ton a ping ligidi, un pas un tout boko. Ton a été ton pas ma ligidi wa gouvernement nous y agir. Voilà, ya salam darwa un bébé wa la ton me bon hada ping tu wum taba tu singu borda tout. Tu sawa tu ta ton je me ta moderninga samna tu ton ya samna.
Thank you, Sandoli. Dan, over to you. What's your insight?
Thank you. I want to say that for miners in Kenya, the major source of fundings and also capital investments is majorly through middlemen, the so-called brokers or dealers. These are the people that predominantly supply or let miners access some basic fundings for their day-to-day operations. And these so-called miners, the so-called middlemen, are more of production partners than just financiers, in the sense that they avail themselves ready to share every output of the investment, be it profit or loss. So these middlemen are the people that have ensured that there is a bit of sustainability in the sector, in the sense that they provide source of finance, source of equipment. And then we also have miners also funding their operations from their own savings and from their own pockets. So miners also save to facilitate their basic operations. And lastly, we also have reinvestments where miners invest from their produce, whatever they get from whatever they produce. They're also able to reinvest into the system so that it contributes to the sustainability and day-to-day operation of the system. So basically, the basic source of funding are the three that I've just explained, but it is also important to note that there is need that we address in depth sustainable sources of income that can sustain the industry going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Edward, in Uganda, what's your take?
Thank you, Blessing. In Uganda, first of all, I would like to first highlight that mining, artisanal mining and small-scale and artisanal mining has just been formalized in Uganda. It's just taken 2 years. So the industry, being formal, is just new, it's 2 years. So most of the institutions in Uganda have not been designed to finance miners. So miners are solely being financed by themselves, and most of the people who are being financed by the so-called gold buyers, and we have two types of gold buyers. We have the small gold buyers who come in to buy about maybe 2-3 grams of gold, and normally they buy from these small gold dealers, gold miners who normally use a lot of mercury. And then we have the big gold buyers who comes in to buy gold from the reaching plants. And those buy gold from the range of 200 grams and above. So you find that most of the small gold buyers source money from the big gold buyers. So they are stationed in the ground to buy the gold from those small miners who need cash every day to finance the activities of buying food, paying the workers, and milling their small ore they have got from the mine. So those are the people who are mostly vulnerable to finance, and the people are being taken advantage, because finally you find that their gold is being bought at a less price considered to those who are processing large amounts of gold. Now, if you go to the institutions in government, they are not designed to give money to the miners. The risks are taken to be a bit high, and no financial institutions want to lend money to a miner. And normally the gold buyers come in to lend money to the miners when they are on, we call it a reaching stage, when the risks have reduced. So that's when they come in to give money to the miner. And at that stage, they give you money to transport the ore to the tanks, to buy cyanide, and to give you money for the workers who are going to be working on the tanks. And normally their money is assured, because once the gold is out of the erosion plant, then first of all, the first stage is to pay the dealer his money he lent you with some small profit, of course. And then you are also supposed to sell him the gold at the price agreed. So normally those are the financiers in our gold mining sector. And if you look at the equipment, we don't have people normally lending equipment, but we're just arranging to see that people can come in to start helping miners with equipment to help them facilitate their activities in mining. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Edward. But are there other business or groups in the artisanal small-scale mining, in the artisanal small mining gold sector, supply chain, that you work with, who provide finance?
Yeah, we have certain groups of service providers, but normally they don't provide finance. We have people who are selling breakers, who are supplying electricity, who are milling, but normally they come in to help when they want a percentage from the miner. It's not for free. So if he's going to give you a breaker, he wants a percentage from you. If he's going to give you power, he wants a percentage from you, and the rest. So normally they're there also to benefit from the miner, and you find that by helping a miner the miner's profits are being reduced every time he go to seek finance.
Over to you, Sandoli.
Oui, donc je voudrais reprendre ce que Sandoli a dit ici dans sa langue maternelle, le Maori. Sandoli a dit qu'au niveau du Burkina Faso, la plupart des orpailleurs, des artisans miniers n'ont pas un accès facile à l'argent. Comment est-ce qu'ils reçoivent l'argent et gagnent l'argent pour exploiter? Ils disent qu'ils ont des acheteurs d'or qui leur donnent l'argent, le propriétaire du trou qui leur donne l'argent pour qu'ils puissent produire l'or et revendre à ces acheteurs d'or. Donc c'est des acheteurs d'or qui les préfinancent. Il dit que l'accès au crédit formel n'est pas facile, comme il l'a introduit au début. Il y a des difficultés parce que les banques ne donnent pas formellement l'argent aux coopératives pour qu'ils puissent en avoir. Il a voulu terminer en parlant de l'initiative du projet qui les a soutenus maintenant à avoir accès au financement grâce à Coris Bank.
And Wellington, over to you. How is it in Zimbabwe?
Some financial assistance come in from non-governmental organizations. We have actually two main non-governmental organizations that have operated in Zimbabwe with ZELA, Zimbabwe Environmental Lawyers Association, with also PACT. But these ones were assisting the most vulnerable ones, that is the women in mining and also the youth in mining. Those were the projects that they did specifically in two districts in the Gwanda region and also in the Shurugwi area. But we do also have those that are in the supply chain, the service providers, those that are selling mining equipment such as compressors, jackhammers, and other mining ancillary stuff. Those have entered into private agreement partnership with the Zimbabwe Miners Federation to identify beneficiaries so that the miners get mining equipment on a higher purchase scheme. But of course, this again is limited because it's a bottleneck as they require collateral issues.
All right, thank you. And then, coming to commercial finance, are there existing financial instruments offered by the banks, microfinance, or other formal financial institution for ASM?
Thank you. Currently, I would say that there is no formal financial institution or financial facility offered by financial institutions towards artisanal mining and small-scale mining in the country. Kenya has largely been experiencing a legal regime right from the year 1970s to 2016 that completely outlawed the artisanal and small-scale sector. So the SM industry has largely been illegal in the country until 2016 when we came up with the Mining Act 2016 that now currently recognize artisanal and small-scale mining in the country. So it has not been very easy for these financial institutions to identify themselves with the ASM sector. And currently, we do not have any financial institution that has a tailored financial facility for the ASM. However, as I said in my previous statement, that miners only access these important facilities from the dealers or the so-called middlemen who come in as production partners, ready to share whatever come out as a result of the investment, whether it is a loss or whether it is a profit, because financial institutions will hardly listen to losses. They will always expect their money is paid back in whichever way. But for this, the so-called production partners, they are ready and willing to share everything that comes out in the name of investment. So currently, we do not have any financial institution offering any financial service that is directly targeting ASM industry in the country. Thank you.
Very interesting. How about Zimbabwe, Wellington?
Yeah, in Zimbabwe, the commercial banks, the financial houses, as earlier on alluded to, they do not understand the operations of the artisanal small-scale miners. But however, as Zimbabwe Miners Federation, we approached the Bankers Association of Zimbabwe to actually have them have a heart towards supporting small-scale mining activities. And there were 5 banks that got into the basket. But with those 5 banks, what we did was we actually requested them, because understanding applications of a miner is different from understanding an application from somebody who is doing like a bottle store or a shop, because there you have to understand the operations of shaft mining, operations of digging, etc. So we had requested the Zimbabwe School of Mines to teach the bankers of some courses which had to do with the understanding research ideologies, understanding research parameters from the small-scale miners, so that they quickly understand what the small-scale miners require. But again, the barriers for all these banks has been collateral. No bank has been able to offer any soft loans to the miners, despite them having miner section within their banks, head of department within their banks. They still do not have, they have not issued out loans facilities to the small-scale miners in numbers. It is still in the drop-in ocean. Most miners are not benefiting from such arrangements that we have done.
Thank you. How about in Uganda, Edward?
In Uganda, as I told you, mining has just been formalized in 2022, and the regulations are yet to be finalized. So, as we speak, mining licenses for small-scale and artisanal miners are not yet being issued. And if you talk about finance, I don't think any finance institution can give you money when the industry is not formal. So as per now, as we are speaking, there are no institutions in Uganda which can provide you with finance to facilitate the miners. So miners are still being financed by the middlemen, and that's how it is until government comes in and give us the regulations. I think that's when we shall start seeing financials coming on board to give finance to the miners. And again, government is encouraging people to come in and start making cooperatives and groups to prepare themselves for when the regulations are in place, so that they can be helped when they are in groups. So as per now, there's no financing institutions giving money to miners. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Over to Dan. If there are such instruments, is it easy to access or use those instruments? If not, what are the barriers for receiving funds from financial institutions?
Da pare me, toni singor payaza toni zi bang tiligri mi toni pa banka mingoe. Ton da singa toni tumni ni runuse, sai pa me toni me kono la planetGOLD wa wala si ton patar noro toni puso. Tawaya bam wini ton sheba mane, tin manu cooperative ra pa mi minga, ton wa mane sa wa sona ton te pa ligri bank mo. Koris banke, mpa me singi tuma hati, no bra hati ya soma. Wala pegre ko bioko planetGOLD actually moroni tu moto ti wala patar no no puso win la nying la ton zamsi yela wuso sa pare la pami la duna ni yela wuso barko wuso.
Sandoli était donc en train de dire qu'il n'y a pas un accès formel, mais ils viennent juste de commencer avec donc l'instrument mis en place par le Fonds renouvelable accompagné par le projet planetGOLD. Donc il a dit que ce mécanisme qui a été mis en place les a aidés d'abord à se formaliser et ensuite Cela les a permis d'appliquer pour demander le crédit auprès de Coris Bank. Ils trouvent que ce mécanisme qui a été mis en place n'est pas aussi facile, mais grâce à l'éducation, à l'accompagnement fait par le projet planetGOLD, ils sont actuellement à mesure de pouvoir déposer des dossiers. Ils ont bénéficié de facilités pour accéder à ce crédit. Donc le mécanisme est assez difficile, mais pour eux, ils sont parvenus actuellement à avoir le crédit grâce à ce mécanisme qui a été mis en place par le projet planetGOLD.
Over to you, Dan, in Kenya.
Thank you. The major challenge that is faced by the SM industry in Kenya is the fact that the sector is currently experiencing lack of exploration, and the lack of exploration makes it difficult to have adequate records, lack of geological data that can advise even the financial institutions on how to benchmark or how to look at possibilities of seconding any financial facility to the artisanal miners. So basically, the financial institutions do not have the financial policies that are tailored to the needs of artisanal and small-scale miners in the country. And so it is not easy for the financial institutions to facilitate such kind of interventions. And then miners basically is perceived, the mining industry, that is the artisanal and small-scale mining, is perceived to be a risky business. So whenever we approach the financial institutions, the first thing they look at is the risks associated with the kind of investment. So basically, it is perceived to be a risky investment. It has lack of records, lack of geological data, and there is that kind of lack of exploration. So those are some of the issues that are greatly hindering our advancement towards accessing the financial facility. Thank you.
Thank you. And Edward, how is it in Kenya? In Uganda, sorry.
Yeah, in Uganda, as I mentioned before, financial institutions are there, but they are not designed to support miners. But I think as the mining sector is being regionalized, I'd play that the finance sector at least designs products which are meant for miners and instruments which are made for miners to enable miners work in an environment which is regarded as a business as other businesses all around the country. And also I would like to thank the Impact and the planetGOLD who are doing a great job to talk to government and also sensitize the miners to prepare themselves for the sector as it's being regionalized. That's it, please.
Thank you, Edward. And over to you, Wellington. Is gender a factor when attempting to access a formal gold buyer or a source of financing? Don't forget, I'm a female miner from your country.
Okay, thank you very much. Gender and women marginalization. That's a very, very critical area in Zimbabwe. Women in mining in Zimbabwe remains a myth. When I'm saying it remains a myth, it is because we are saying there are cultural, superstitious beliefs that a woman should not participate or partake in any mining activities. Blessing here is aware of that. But of course, against the odds, the women have started entering into the mining. People believe that when the women go to the mining sites, gold disappears. And even those that have got mines like Blessing, initially they were given to operate their mines from the periphery, outside the boundaries where you are called the owner of the mine and you are not allowed inside the anywhere nearer to the shafts. But slowly, because of representation, we have, in Zimbabwe Miners Federation structures, we have a woman in mining secretary who represents the women in mining portfolio at government level and it advocates issues. And then, for instance, in terms of accessing finance, the Gold Development Initiative that I mentioned, 30% of it was actually designated for the women miners, and that 30% again, the government through Fidelity Printers did not request for any collateral from the women. But still, of course, there have been a very few women that has been participating in terms of this particular business of mining. Yes, we do have technical people that are miners, that are mining engineers, geologists, surveyors, who will, of course, get employment through the big mining conglomerates. But in small-scale mining, they have difficulties in assisting the small-scale mining projects because of their gender parity, where men will think that they do not qualify to enter into those mining areas. But we have come up with ways and means for government to seriously, bridge the gap and men to see that women are also very, very important in the value chain of the gold supply.
Thank you. How is it in Uganda, Edward?
We have women miners in Uganda, but as so in Zimbabwe, we have some norms in mines which are believed that a lady should not go down the mine, but we are trying to break those barriers. But normally the miners, women miners, normally they concentrate on top where they buy the ore from the miners. They go into processing. They buy gold. The small gold buyers, normally most of them are ladies. Because normally they are honest. When they give her some money, she will buy the small gold and then take some small profits, and then take that gold to take the gold to the big buyer. And normally these are the most vulnerable people because they're exposed to mercury, because they are burning the gold to take off the mercury and get the gold to take their bosses. Normally they don't go underground, but they are doing the panning, the processing, and the buying of the gold. And normally those are the activities for the women miner in our area.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Sandoli. What would you advise the representative of financial institutions who are attending the Global Forum about?
Oh, I mean, peut-être na kamia ya isa na beni bankara ma to ya ira wan kan to parate konsawa la ton na bon wala ton fa na ta sagalwa la bon se bati ba mi kele peut-être ya wumta mi kabe ube pa kele grata ba sans parin rabem kabe na pengton ligida ton pa mbe coopérative ba pengton ligida na lepsam la wan katni nga fo sa ya yemre da ligida penga ya gwam la ton man ko ton kin coopérative donc ton na bon ça me to ba me man taxe ki jesse ça me ti sakala me bi me man ton pa ligida la roi lepse ana yesu no li ton coopérative rama.
Sandoli est donc en train de donner comme conseil aux institutions financières de mieux connaître, découvrir l'activité de l'artisanat minier. Plus ils connaissent bien leur activité, plus ils peuvent trouver des mécanismes qui puissent être adaptés au financement. Il faudrait rassurer les institutions financières que eux, ils se formalisent en coopérative et avec ces coopératives, ils sont encore plus crédibles. Ils demandent en outre aux institutions financières d'être plus flexibles par rapport aux conditions pour permettre à leur paillage de pouvoir bénéficier de financement. D'être plus flexibles en termes donc, de documents à fournir, mais aussi de facilité pour permettre donc à eux, en tant qu'orpailleurs au niveau donc, des sites miniers, de bénéficier du financement.
All right. Just as we are winding up, Wellington, what would you advise the representative of financial institutions who are attending the Global Forum about improving access to financial services and products for minors? What can they do to make finance more accessible? If not, what do you think they should do to assist minors?
One, I would say they should design policies for financial inclusion with no collateral issues and consider mine documentation with evident resource and empirical evidence that there is a resource for somebody to be eligible to actually benefit from mining, and also to increase miners to access the formal market, from mines to market. I think that's very, very key, and also urge governments for the road to formalization and regularization of the artisanal small-scale miners.
Dan, what should you say?
Thank you, Hungwe. It is simple. The sector has existed and sustained itself for a decade to date without the involvement of the financial institutions. So one, I would advise that the financial institutions to take time to come to the ground and learn what has worked well for the artisanal miners in order to survive. So one, it is important to advise that the financial institutions to come up with policies that are tailored to the needs of the SM in wherever across the continents that artisanal mining is taking place. Two, it is also important to, for the financial institutions to consider the fact that mining industry needs a guarantee, kind of a guarantee scheme that would grant whatever investment seconded to the ASM industry, so that it takes care of the possible risks that are associated. These are some of the secrets that has made the so-called brokers survive in the industry for that decade, because one, they understand the system, they understand these challenges, and they also understand what is necessary and what is required of the SM industry. So in order to become like a production partner more than lenders, it is important financial institutions come down to understand what is exactly meant by becoming a production partner in the industry, so that they also survive fairly with other systems that have already existing for that long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. What's your advice, Edward?
As a miner, I think all the financiers in this house, they should come on the ground and sensitize the miners, design some products for the miners, for financing them, and also to reach out to our policymakers to see that at least the environment is made conducive for the miner to do their activities, and also to look at the market, because if you look at only financing and you don't control the market, I think it might not work out well. So I think financing and market has to be harmonized for the better of the miner in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. And in conclusion, I think this has actually showed us that there's a big gap in accessing finance in the artisanal small-scale mining sector. And there is need for financial institutions to engage with the ASM and find and tailor-make something so that finance is easily accessible. Thank you very much, and
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and I would like to thank the miners and Blessing that led this discussion. It's important to see, maybe you be able to grasp already the difference between countries that have participated in the program for a number of years, Kenya, Burkina Faso versus Zimbabwe and the other country that just joined the program, so that you know, we can learn from the experience. It's important also to know and be very realistic that, you know, we need also to have verification mechanisms for these programs and not, see how it works exactly on the ground. So we are a bit ahead of schedule, so we will have a bit of a longer coffee break. The coffee break is in this room, so we don't need to go out, and it's very hot out anyway, so I don't think anyone wants to go out. And then we start again at what time? At 30? At 11:30 with a session that Marcin and a colleague will lead on this topic. So we'll continue into the same topic after the coffee break. So coffee is there. Please go help yourself, and we'll start again at 11:30. But I'd like to speak to the moderators for the next session to see how we organize the podium. Thank you.
Hey, check. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Microphone testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Microphone testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Microphone testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Microphone testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing microphone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello, microphone testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing microphone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing microphone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing microphone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing microphone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing microphone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing microphone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing microphone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing microphone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing microphone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Thank you. So we're reaching the end of the time for the coffee. So if you could slowly make your way back to your seat and we can start with the next session. Thank you. Yeah, it's coming. Okay, good. Thank you. Please, we're going to start soon. Thank you. So I hope you had a bit of refreshment before we start in this next session. Before the break, we heard from miners and their experience with the financing mechanism, how easy or hard is it for them to access finance, and what needs to be in place for this to work. As I mentioned in the presentation and a few slides this morning, the finance component of planetGOLD is really what sets aside planetGOLD from the interventions we had in the past. The ones I've talked about when I worked in Mindanao in 2000 didn't have this finance component. At the time we focused mostly on the technology and reducing mercury use. That was an important step. And I think we've managed, and we'll see tomorrow, to develop some very neat mercury-free technologies that are also efficient. But for the miners to adopt these technologies, they need finance. And we've heard them this morning, and we'll hear them again during the 2 days. But what we will cover in the next session that will take us up to lunchtime is the models that were developed, that are being developed in the planetGOLD projects. So again, planetGOLD doesn't claim to develop a silver bullet solution, especially not in finance. We have developed various solutions in the different countries, and we are still trying to fine-tune what can work in the new countries. So very important discussion. And to lead us through that, we have Candice Joumois, who's a mining and mineral processing engineer. So very well prepared for this discussion, for leading the discussion. Candice is a mining and mineral processing engineer with 3 years of experience working at the Impact Facility, which is a social enterprise founded in 2018 to drive artisanal and small-scale miners' professionalization in the gold and cobalt sector. In East Africa, Candice has operated as an environment, social, and governance assessor, conducting on-the-ground mine assessment and quality insurance. She did also monitoring and evaluating artisanal and small-scale gold mine conditions against over the years. Candice has worked closely with artisanal and small-scale gold and gemstone miners in Western and Eastern Kenya, and is supporting the development of financial services designated to bridge the gap between artisanal miners and formal finance. In her current role, Candice is focused on driving engagement with corporate and impact investors to forge blended finance partnerships across industries and supply chain tiers, seeking to address complex challenges through strategic collaboration. And with her, we have a co-moderator for this session, which is a bit longer than the others. We have Marcin Piersiak, who's the Executive Director of the Alliance for Responsible Mining in Europe. Marcin has a background in economics and international relations. He has also over 13 years of experience in Latin America, Africa, and Europe, implementing sustainability standard system and response mineral supply chains that support ASM entrepreneurs in improving their social, environment, and productive performance. So I leave you in Candice and Marcin's very capable hands for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ludovic, for the introductions, and good morning, everyone. It's really exciting to see so many people committed to ASM, so it's an honor to be here. We already had a great introduction from the miners to the session, but also last week I spoke to a miner, a woman miner and entrepreneur, a daughter of a miner, and she was saying that she needed investment to work, but the only options available was 10% per month interest. That's 120% per year. This is really very difficult to have a business that is responsible and that is profitable under these conditions. So, as we heard, this is a problem for most artisanal miners around the world. And actually, if we want to invest in efficient, clean technologies, well, we need to solve it. We've heard also about the buyers that often provide financing, but at the same time, they often provide mercury, and they're not very interested in finding these solutions. So this is why the access to finance component, and this is why also, because we have the first round of planetGOLD projects coming to an end, with Impact Facility, Alliance for Responsible Mining, we have been evaluating and looking at lessons learned from the hard work of the colleagues in 9 countries. And Candice will tell us a little bit more about this.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. In the context of the session today, the Impact Facility, together with the Alliance for Responsible Mining, has over the last 6 months been mapping and documenting the financial inclusion efforts of planetGOLD Phase 1 countries over the course of the tenure. And these countries were, the 9 countries included Kenya, Burkina Faso, Mongolia, the Philippines, Guyana, Ecuador, Peru, Colombia, and Indonesia. As Marcin has already stated, ASGM has largely been left outside of the margins of formal financing. And it is great what planetGOLD has tried to do, as one of the components, to enable formal financial inclusion for the miners. So they have done this through a couple of different measures. There's pre-financing mechanisms with central banks, where Ecuador and the Philippines are attempting to do this. There's through savings and credit mechanisms, as some of the programs have already done. Some of the countries have provided guarantee mechanisms to banks to be able to de-risk their investment into the sector. And today we will be able to hear from Colombia, Burkina Faso, Ecuador, Mongolia, and the Philippines in what they have been able to effect so far. Thank you for coming to this session.
Yeah, thank you, Candice. So we're going to continue now. Well, obviously we are here to listen to the experts and those who have done this before. And in the first part of the session, we will learn about experiences related to integrating financial services for ASM into more traditional regulated finance institutions. So we're going to first hear from three speakers. Obviously, we have several issues why traditional finance has not got involved with ASM. The perception of high risks, especially money laundering and financing of terrorism. But really, it's also a lack of understanding of the mining sector. We heard from the miners, well, the financial institutions need to go out there and really understand, what's going on. At the same time, the miners don't have the documentation to prove their legitimacy to the banks. They don't have records related to the business performance. They lack collateral very often. There is also a mistrust between the ASM and the institutions. So these are important challenges, but at the same time, the good news is that the financial institutions have already been, in the past, engaging with other sectors, also experiencing high informality, such as agriculture, and obviously there are a lot of lessons learned that can be fit for purpose of integrating ASM. So we are going to hear now, obviously thanks to the engagement of the planetGOLD teams, but also willingness of some of financial institutions to find solutions for the sector. There has been some important progress being made, and we are going to learn about it now. For those who don't speak Spanish, please prepare your translation kits, because it's going to be a mixed session, at least the first part. And we're going to start with a presentation from Mr. Pablo Grijalva. Pablo is the Deputy Manager of Operations of Central Bank of Ecuador, with over 20 years of experience at the bank and other private finance institutions. We're not going to go into all the details of the biographies of our panelists, so please look them up at the website, because all of them have really, really impressive experiences. So Pablo, please go ahead.
Okay, the presentation is ready. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to planetGOLD for the invitation to this important event in which the ECB can report on its role in the interinstitutional agreement that we signed with four public institutions related to mining sector to achieve several objectives. One of them is related to provide credit to and financing aid to artisanal and small-scale miners with whom the Central Bank of Ecuador operates within its gold purchase program. Okay, in my presentation, I'm gonna do it, the first part of it in English, and the final part of my presentation, I'm gonna do it in Spanish. Okay, the agenda of the presentation includes 3 points that address the legal framework and the main characteristics of the BCS Gold Purchase Program, the interinstitutional agreement through which a financial credit product is offered by Bank Ecuador, which is a public bank that provides financing to local miners. And finally, the presentation of figures on the application of the financial product. Okay, I would like to start by pointing out that the ECB, by legal mandate, has among its main functions to buy gold from artisanal miners and small miners who freely wish to do so. The purchases made by the ECB are made directly or indirectly through gold traders authorized by the Central Bank of Ecuador. Well, the main characteristic of the ECB gold purchase program includes the following. It works only with legal miners who have valid permits issued by the Ministry of Energy and Mines. And also the ECB also verifies that miners use environmentally friendly extraction and processing techniques during its control visits. But one of the most important points is the due diligence process that the ECB carries out with an area specialized in this process, as well as the participation of an area independent from the one that buys the gold to minimize cases of fraud. The due diligence process ensures that the ECB operates with legal miners and is also executed when it's qualified and then each time it wishes to make a gold sale to the Central Bank of Ecuador. I would like to highlight also that we have two important objectives of the gold marketing program, and those are to increase the formalization of miners and also to provide access to sources of finance for their operations. I would like to highlight that since 2016, the Central Bank of Ecuador has been expanding its infrastructure of technical offices through which it buys gold. At the moment, there are 2 offices, and there are plans to open an additional one that will operate from 2025, and is located in a province where a large number of artisanal and small-scale miners operate. You can see in the slide that we have right now 3 offices. One is in Quito, which is the capital of our country, and also we have in Machala. And those offices are now open and they are operating. And we are planning to open the new one that is in Zamora. That's a very important province in our country where we have a lot of miners operating there. Okay, now I'll switch to Spanish. En relación con lo que tiene que ver con el programa justamente que nosotros estamos llevando adelante, nosotros firmamos un convenio interinstitucional de trabajo con 4 entidades públicas en el país. Y esto lo hicimos justamente reconociendo la importancia que tienen estas entidades públicas en nuestro país, que es el Ministerio de Energía y Minas, que es justamente la entidad que otorga los permisos para que los mineros puedan operar. Adicionalmente, el Ministerio de Medio Ambiente, que se encarga justamente de verificar que ellos utilicen técnicas que son amigables con el medio ambiente. Y justamente aquí entró una institución pública muy importante que es Ban Ecuador. Esta es una entidad pública que justamente otorga créditos a distintos sectores y agentes de la economía ecuatoriana. Yo quisiera aquí enfatizar de que nosotros hemos tratado de conseguir este tipo de acceso financiero a los mineros, pero lo hemos intentado por muchos años, pero no lo logramos. Hasta que realmente nosotros nos dimos cuenta de que esto es un esfuerzo conjunto. Y justamente aquí tuvimos la participación de planetGOLD en Ecuador, en donde de una manera coordinada logramos que se sienten en un solo espacio todas estas entidades públicas y justamente logremos lo que ya hemos conseguido, de que suscribamos un convenio que nos obliga a las 4 entidades a interponer procesos eficientes y oportunos para justamente poder en uno de sus objetivos otorgar crédito, porque también obviamente con el Ministerio de Energía nosotros tratamos de que los mineros estén formalizados, es decir, que tengan permisos vigentes, y con Medio Ambiente justamente para que ellos apliquen técnicas que sean amigables con el medio ambiente. Y aquí quiero presentarles rápidamente unas cifras respecto de lo que hemos conseguido hasta este momento. El convenio fue suscrito en el año 2022 y en estos desde octubre del 2022 y en este poco tiempo, que es un año y un poquito más, ya hemos conseguido de que efectivamente ya Ban Ecuador, a través de su producto financiero que lo desarrolló y que va a ser explicado más adelante por un colega mío que justamente es de esa entidad, ya tengan acceso varios mineros a este tipo de producto financiero. En este caso, ya han sido dos mineros certificados por el Banco Central de Ecuador que han sido calificados y ya tienen acceso a este tipo de créditos, en donde ellos han accedido ya a $170,000 en estas líneas de crédito. Adicionalmente, ya están en carpeta, ya han presentado solicitudes para justamente ser calificados por parte de Ban Ecuador para este tipo de créditos y esperamos que en el corto tiempo ya 21 agentes o mineros certificados por el Banco Central de Ecuador ya sean materia de un otorgamiento de crédito por parte de Ban Ecuador. Entonces estos son los resultados para que ustedes vean de que un trabajo conjunto en donde justamente participó planetGOLD, logramos este tipo de resultados que durante mucho tiempo no lo logramos. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much. So we have a Central Bank of Ecuador that is purchasing gold and has an agreement with different government institutions and also a bank that gives credits to miners. Now we're going to go to Burkina Faso and we're going to hear from Mr. Saidou Cabré, who is the National Project Manager of planetGOLD project and the country representative of Artisanal Gold Council in Burkina Faso. Saidou?
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I would like to present and to discuss with you about the revolving fund initiative that we set up in Burkina Faso. As my colleagues said, it's very difficult to have, for miners to get access to formal finance, and we work it hard to establish this revolving fund. Yeah, let's say that this model, this mechanism objective was to provide accessible financial resource for ASGM. This include to help them to buy equipment, tools, but also roots capitals for their activities. And how this mechanism was described. This approach was a local experience that we established with a local bank, Coris Bank International. And we had a round of discussion with all the banks in Burkina Faso, including finance institutions, but also the big banks in the country. And the bank agreed to house the fund in an experience like a guarantee fund for this bank. And also the bank has been able to offer an attractive interest rate, like 8% of year, and this is lower than the standard market offer. Also, each party involved bear a third of the risk for this bank, for this credit. And also, we note that the beneficiary cooperative will also bear a third of this risk. And this, it's why the Monterey's guarantee are also asked for this from the miners. We'll have a chance to discuss and to explain why we did this. And finally, the fund is also held in a project account at Coris Bank International. And in this form of a DRT, DRT is a deposit term, it's a term deposit burning interest. And this interest will support the fund committee to be operating for all the project duration. The organization structure of the fund. For this one, we have started by the donor. The donor, as you know, this includes the planetGOLD seed fund, but also we got money from a large-scale mining companies and also from the different banks and programs operating on ASGM sector. The project team, in coordination and in collaboration with the global project NRDC team, we start discussing with the large companies and the other donors to mobilize the guarantee fund. And you have also the management committee, and the management committee is the fund governance. We established the selection criteria, and also we organize and capitalize the fund distribution for each step. And you have, after that, the operational team. This includes the local project team and also the committee that we established, including the government representative, the miners representative, and also the bank focal point. And the last step is Chorus Bank, the bank, who is, he have also his fund committee, internal fund committee, who is currently developing his tools to check for the applications. And you have now the last part of the structure is the beneficiary. You have the cooperative. Currently, in Burkina Faso, when we launched the fund, 7 cooperatives applied for the fund, and 3 of them got some credit. The fund implementation cycle is how we manage and how this fund is currently operating. You have the first type is to support the miners to get formalized. We support them to get formalized, to set up a cooperative. And after that, we support the miners. The second phase is that we support them to apply for the fund. This includes to develop the business plan and also to provide all the files that the bank is requiring. And the third step is the application review by the fund management committee. When they apply for the fund, we have the management committee who review the application. This is a first step of the review, and this committee send the file, the application now to the bank for the final decision. And when the bank receives this file, the bank have also, as I say, an internal committee who review it and say which cooperative can get the fund. After this, the bank sends a notification to each cooperative, and at the operational team, we work to give the information to the cooperative, and also we support them and follow the credit distribution by the bank. And the last step is to also monitoring the reimbursement of this credit that the cooperative got. And as an example, for the 3 cooperatives who got the fund, you have the first cooperative, Co-Examine Burkina Faso, who got, as a local currency, 26 million CFA for their activities. And this helped them to develop their activities and to create two jobs. So they recruited 2 staff for the activities. This is an example of the mechanism performance. That's what I would like to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So here we have an example of a commercial bank, and the planetGOLD team actually managed to convince them through some very interesting schemes and governance process also to give credits to the miners. And now we're traveling back to Latin America, and we're going to hear from Colombia, Juan Fernando Céspedes, who is the director of Collaborative Networks and Economic Circuits at Cooperativa Financiera de Antioquia. So it's a financial cooperative. Please, Juan Fernando, he's going to speak Spanish, so please get ready.
Bueno, muy buenos días para todos y en nombre de CFA Cooperativa Financiera, agradecer de manera muy especial la invitación a este espacio y sobre todo al programa planetGOLD Colombia por generar capacidades sostenibles en el tiempo para iniciar a atender con un mecanismo financiero exitoso a la pequeña minería y minería de subsistencia y continuar haciéndolo porque así es. Entonces voy a contarles un poco cómo juntos, de la mano de planetGOLD Colombia, pudimos superar esas barreras de acceso e inclusión financiera para la pequeña minería y minería de subsistencia, buscando que a través de la inclusión financiera se pueda eliminar el uso del mercurio en esta actividad. Lo primero, entonces, en este sentido, es la implementación de un mecanismo que generara confianza. Creo que eso es supremamente valioso a la hora de hablar de la inclusión financiera y es la palabra que a nosotros nos motivó para poder desarrollar estas estrategias de inclusión financiera y es precisamente la confianza. Conjuntamente con planetGOLD Colombia y con recursos del proyecto generamos un mecanismo de una garantía oculta que las empresas y los beneficiarios mineros de subsistencia no sabían que existía, pero para nosotros como entidad financiera desde el modelo cooperativo pudimos facilitar el acceso a este instrumento y gracias a ello nos preparamos a lo largo de un año entendiendo a los pequeños mineros, entendiendo todo el ecosistema minero y otorgamos 49 créditos en total, financiando alrededor de $307,000 que iban destinados a las empresas mineras a implementar tecnologías para eliminar el uso del mercurio de su actividad. Entonces complementamos esa asistencia técnica que trabajó y desarrolló planetGOLD Colombia con el acceso al financiamiento que pudiera facilitar la compra y la implementación de estas tecnologías. Pero además nos acercamos a un público que no conocíamos y era el pequeño minero, el minero de subsistencia. Entonces, a lo largo de un año convivimos con todo el ecosistema de los mineros de subsistencia, entendimos cómo funcionaba y participamos en toda la trazabilidad minera, entendiendo que para ellos era necesario una debida diligencia diferente, un proceso de vinculación diferente. Y esta mañana lo decían muy bien, queremos que las instituciones financieras estén allá para poder conocer. Entonces, gracias a planetGOLD Colombia, pudimos a lo largo de un año convivir con el ecosistema de los mineros de subsistencia y poder otorgar esos primeros créditos para este tipo de público, financiando un poco más de $11,000. Y esos créditos son pequeños y creo que acá es el gran reto porque el sistema financiero tiene una mirada solamente de negocio y aquí es un componente social y de acompañamiento donde juntos compartimos el riesgo en ese sentido. Pero este fondo creo que es un instrumento bastante exitoso y que sí vale la pena seguir replicando porque facilita el acceso, mitiga el riesgo para nosotros y genera cercanía con este tipo de público. Nosotros logramos no dar la garantía del 100%, cubrir el 30% de la garantía y en la pequeña minería complementar a esas garantías que ellos pudieran ofrecer. Y en la medida en que los mineros van pagando, que además tienen buen hábito, que les va bien, que es una actividad económica sostenible, se va liberando la garantía para que otras personas puedan ir accediendo. O sea que es un componente, un instrumento que es sostenible en el tiempo porque nos permite seguir otorgando créditos con confianza. Como les contaba, es una garantía oculta. Ellos no saben que existe, pero a la entidad financiera, a nosotros como cooperativa financiera, se nos facilita el otorgamiento y la vinculación de los créditos para ellos. Y pues la posibilidad, digamos que es un pretexto también para que no usen el mercurio en su actividad. Poder facilitar la inclusión financiera, la formalización y hacer parte de la trazabilidad minera los motiva y los inspira a no usar mercurio en su actividad. Entonces fue una apuesta con doble propósito en ese sentido. Y finalmente, pues el gobierno nacional, a través de sus mecanismos de incentivo al acceso al crédito, como es Finagro o la LEC minera, que es un incentivo, nosotros también pudimos acceder a esos beneficios y llevárselos a estos mineros de subsistencia. Entonces, el primer logro de la mano de planetGOLD Colombia fue haber implementado un instrumento financiero que hoy ya finalizamos, lo dejamos implementado, nos preparamos y seguimos atendiendo a los pequeños mineros y mineros de subsistencia en Colombia. Y este programa tuvo un enfoque muy bonito y es la mujer, el rol de la mujer y entender el rol que tiene la mujer en la actividad minera. Y por eso desarrollamos un mecanismo de desarrollo empresarial denominado Red de Mujeres Mineras. Ir y acercarnos a esos pequeños colectivos donde tuvimos 3 enfoques principales. Uno, educación financiera, porque allí identificamos que ellas no eran quienes manejaban el dinero de lo que extraían para la actividad, sino que lo manejaban sus esposos. La dificultad que tenían para acceder a la comercialización, las dificultades que había en temas de empoderamiento, líderes sociales que no tenían esa visibilidad. Entonces, a través del programa lo que hicimos fue juntarlas y logramos 17 colectivos donde se educaron, tuvieron acceso a la educación financiera, accedieron a las cuentas para que pudieran recibir el pago de su oro a precios justos a través de la trazabilidad minera, y también logramos generar capacidades en términos de género, todo lo que tiene que ver con superar esas normas sociales en las que ellas creían, y autonomía económica, porque identificamos también que las mujeres no solamente reciben ingresos por el oro, sino también por otras actividades complementarias. Entonces allí pudimos generar procesos de acompañamiento importante en este sentido. Entonces, este mecanismo también nos sirvió para dignificar hoy el rol que tienen las mujeres en el ecosistema minero, pero también desde el empoderamiento que pueden tener a través de estar juntas. 2 experiencias bastante significativas que no solo terminaron con el proyecto, sino que esta cooperativa financiera continuará haciéndolo en el tiempo, sobre todo porque aprendimos a creer en el sector minero, aprendimos a creer en la mujer minera y en la posibilidad de que a través de la inclusión financiera se elimina también el uso del mercurio. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Estamos un poquito mal de tiempo, pero vamos a intentar de hacer una pregunta de seguimiento, empezando con Pablo. Es un caso muy interesante porque pues, el Banco Central de Ecuador compra el oro. Entonces, Pablo, ¿cómo el acceso a financiación para la pequeña minería influenció el proceso de compra de oro por parte del banco? ¿Está funcionando?
¿El mic? Ok. Bueno, es importante indicar de que el Banco Central del Ecuador no participa directamente en el proceso de ofrecimiento de crédito, ¿no es cierto? Nosotros nos integramos con un banco público, que es Ban Ecuador, que es el que otorga finalmente el crédito al minero. Pero el Banco Central del Ecuador tiene un rol muy importante en este asunto porque los clientes con los que trabaja el Banco Central del Ecuador, que están sujetos a un proceso muy estricto de diligencia y de cumplimiento, les da la garantía justamente a las entidades financieras, en este caso al banco público, de que pueda hacer la operación con estos mineros. Es más, el Banco Central del Ecuador, para poder trabajar con un minero, le pone como requisito de que tiene que aperturar una cuenta en una entidad financiera, que en este caso con el Ban Ecuador tiene que aperturar una cuenta en ese banco, de tal manera que el riesgo que tienen, ¿no es cierto?, por cada uno de los pagos de los créditos que tienen, ellos lo recuperarían directamente porque el Banco Central paga en esa cuenta y ellos pueden tomar esos recursos ahí. Es importante también mencionar de que no solo estamos con el acompañamiento de planetGOLD con el sector público, sino que también planetGOLD está ahora interponiendo conversaciones con entidades privadas, como es el caso justamente de Colombia, en donde estamos iniciando nuestras conversaciones para que cooperativas, ¿no es cierto?, que también son un tipo de entidad en el sector solidario, no tanto el financiero privado, ellos y que son entidades financieras muy importantes. Algunas cooperativas tienen una cantidad de activos mayores que algunos bancos, que ellos también entren en este tipo de activo. Entonces, yo creo que esto es importante rescatar, este esfuerzo mancomunado que nosotros hemos hecho en Ecuador para comenzar o dar el paso inicial con el sector público y viendo los resultados también integrar a entidades del sector financiero, en este caso bancos y cooperativas.
Muchas gracias. Saidu, a quick question. How long has it taken to engage with Coris International Bank before the MOU was signed? And why do you think it took so long?
Yeah, it took too long time because we started discussing with Coris Bank and all the banks in Burkina Faso since 2021. And finally, we signed the MOU this year last January. So it took time because initially we got two banks who decided to go forward with us, and finally one of the banks said that the risk is too big and he cannot get involved, and Coris Bank decided to support because they initially financed also some miners, so there are interest. And also because they know that planetGOLD is in other countries that the bank have also some offices. So they think it's a big opportunity for them to collaborate for this revolving fund.
Okay, thank you very much. And the last question to Juan Fernando. Hemos escuchado de los compañeros en África que las instituciones, sus políticas no prevén el trabajar con los pequeños mineros. Entonces, ¿cómo han tenido que ajustar ustedes sus políticas internas para poder participar en este modelo de inclusión financiera?
Muchas gracias. Sí, efectivamente hay como 3 acciones fundamentales que hicimos al interior de la cooperativa. Para poder ajustar las políticas era necesario hacer un reconocimiento del cliente minero, conocerlo. Y aquí no lo podíamos hacer solo. Lo hicimos de la mano de planetGOLD Colombia, quien nos dio asistencia técnica, porque los mecanismos financieros, la forma de analizar el crédito del pequeño minero no es igual que las otras actividades productivas. Era necesario empezar a identificar cómo lo podíamos hacer. También del Ministerio de Minas y Energía, de nuestro ente regulador que es la Superintendencia Financiera de Colombia. Hicimos todo un tema de conocer cómo es toda su trazabilidad minera. El segundo elemento fue que tuvimos que ajustar 2 procesos importantes al interior. La vinculación para poder mitigar el riesgo y poder hacer una debida diligencia de estos pequeños mineros y mineros de subsistencia. Y luego el diseñar un producto financiero acorde a sus necesidades. Cuando fuimos a otorgar créditos a los mineros de subsistencia, pensábamos que era para implementar tecnologías y resulta que ellos no necesitaban tecnologías, necesitaban simplemente tener la posibilidad de fortalecer actividades complementarias, tener una cuenta para que les pagaran. Entonces, poder entender eso nos sirvió. Y tercero, la formación interna de todos nuestros colaboradores. Capacitar al analista de crédito que no conocía cómo funcionaba la actividad minera, pero también capacitar al comercial para superar esos sesgos inconscientes o esas normas sociales de ver la minería como un riesgo todo el tiempo. Entonces, esa generación de confianza, esa formación al interior nos permitió fortalecer las políticas de vinculación y otorgamiento de créditos.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. So we're going to now to the second part of the session. Candice, please go ahead.
Thank you to the Colombia team, the Burkina Faso, and the Ecuador team. In this second session, we are going to focus on the financial mechanisms affected by planetGOLD Philippines. who is trying to work with the central bank in the country, and the Planet Gold Mongolia team that is implementing a savings and credit-based mechanism. So next on the panel is going to be Elena Diaz. She's the Gender and Investment Specialist for the Planet Gold Philippines team.
All right, hello, good afternoon, everyone. So just as a disclaimer, given the time that we have, this presentation might leave more questions than answers, which I hope we can answer later during the question and answer portion. We will be discussing financial inclusion mechanisms that we have been working with here in the Philippines. Okay, so one of the main financial mechanisms that we have been working on is the supplier agreement. Just as a disclaimer as well, the supplier agreement is a creative solution which we believe can help our miners access to finance issues. However, it has not been finalized yet. It has not been rolled out yet. So the creativity that we're working with right now is subject to the imagination, but of course with scientific basis. So the supplier agreement is a document which aims to solidify the gold buying and selling relationship between our partner mining associations and our central bank, which seeks to sort of simplify and sort of lessen the time to apply as a gold seller to the central bank, which for our miners, of course, as a marginalized community in the Philippines, is a very important development. It is also intended to be used as a sort of supporting document for loan applications, as a sort of proof of income. Because as an informal or as a highly informal sector, a lot of our mining partner associations do not yet have that access to the documents necessary for application as a gold seller. Or if they do have that access, it is, again, like I will always mention, expensive and will take up a lot of time. For the supplier agreement, the Planet Gold criteria or the craft code will be used for the enhanced due diligence process. What does that mean? The enhanced due diligence process is needed if the initial application for gold selling is deemed insufficient. And the Planet Gold criteria will be used as a central document to ensure an enhanced due diligence process. So the current status right now is that it is with the legal team of our central bank. One of the reasons is because the central bank, the legal team found it unnecessary at first, and we had to explain why it was necessary. Later we will discuss that. Because they were asking why the miners could not just go through the regular channels. However, again, we explained to them that it is important to lessen the finances and the time needed to apply as a gold seller to the central bank. And so some of the lessons that we have learned in drafting and finalizing the supplier agreement is that more in-depth research really has to be made to create harmony between the realities in the community as well as the formalization requirements needed for financing. Perhaps this is something I can discuss further later, but it can be solved through small steps, such as, for example, we had our financial inclusion trainings towards the end or towards the latter half of our project. It is important to be able to participate in discussions with our partner mining associations on equal footing. And so just a few tweaks where these trainings should happen before we discuss financial inclusion mechanisms with them, so that we are on equal footing, we understand each other, and of course, lessons that we have to learn from them as well, not just us letting them know about the financial inclusion mechanisms that are available. The supplier agreement, like I mentioned earlier, adds an element of development where there was previously just a customer relationship between the central bank and our partner mining associations. What does that mean? Again, we mentioned earlier that the application as a gold seller takes a lot of time, takes a lot of money, and again, we have to recognize that our partner mining associations are not customers. They are a marginalized community which needs aid, which needs some development work to be able to be included in in our formal financial mechanisms. And so it adds an element of development in that, again, like I mentioned, it cuts down on the finances and the time needed to apply as a gold seller. And again, the supplier agreements shows potential, but again, since it has not been finalized, since it has not been rolled out, it will require more time to ascertain or determine its efficacy. So that's all. I have more explanations later. I hope you were able to learn something. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Next on our panel is Dogun Milduj. She is the National Investment Specialist from planetGOLD, Mongolia.
Thank you. So before I start giving you information about our financial mechanism, I would like to give you a bit of a context information on why we came to this idea of establishing a savings and credit cooperative. Back in 2019, when we started the project, we started by looking at the legal environment and the regulation governing the ASGM sector. And then that's when we encountered our first issues. The equity financing, which is more of the traditional way of drawing investment into mining sector, was not really possible according to the current regulations governing the sector. In addition, the main regulation, ASM regulation itself, was suspended until 2022. And that is when we turned our attention to advocating for the sector, to advocating for formalization, advocating for access to finance for artisanal gold miners. And we started organizing meetings and forums, drawing in attention for investment, and we started meeting with media, and we started meeting with investment representatives and banking and finance representatives. And in 2022, we were included in the working group to draft the new improved ASM regulation, where we were able to include several clauses that promoted responsible mining. That is when we decided to link our technical improvement component with our financial access to finance component. So we provided around $190,000 of investment to 2 processing plants located in Tunghil village and the other one located in Mandal sub-province. So as a result of the investment provided and the improvements to 2 processing plants, we set up a loan payback agreement with the 2 processing plants, and as a result, they would be starting to pay back the loan, not back to the project, but they would be paying the loan to the newly established Savings and Loan Cooperative. The Savings and Loan Cooperative will then manage the loan fund that will disperse small loans to artisanal and small-scale miners for the cause of doing responsible mining activities. So we are starting as for now, the current condition is we have already established the cooperative, but then there's the second step of applying for license to operate as a savings and loan cooperative. And then simultaneously, we have drafted the agreement, a loan payback agreement, to be implemented by the partners. And we have started negotiations and introductions of the draft document to the partnering processing plants. So the Savings and Loan Cooperative is starting with 20 miners for now to ease the starting process, but then we anticipate it for it to grow into a bigger cooperative, combining all 400 miners in the target area. This is the main introduction for our financial mechanism. So I would like to just state that the planetGOLD Mongolia was the first organization to even speak about, introduce about the ASGM sector to the financial to financial banks and institutions. So we were almost a pioneer in talking about investment in ASGM sector, although it was regarded as illegal and informal sector in Mongolia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena and Dulgun. I have a couple of questions for you too. The first one being to Dulgun. Given that the formal financial institutions in your country said a huge no to investing into the sector, how has their perception changed since the project started? Also, you made a lot of effort in engaging the media. How has the perception of the media and that of the public as a result of these interventions changed since the start of the project?
Thank you, Candace. So as I mentioned just now, we were pioneers and the first people to even mention investment and start talking about the sector with financial institutions. So at first, as Marcin also pointed out, they did not really know they were not informed about this sector, about the legal environment. So we started with introducing this sector, providing knowledge to banks and financial institutions about the legal environment and the regulations. So now when we go to meet with the banks, they already know what are the legal regulations, what's the specifics of this sector. So, and not only we met with formal banks, we also met with non-banking financial institutions, and then now the banks and the non-banking financial institutions are starting to look into this sector as a potential sector for investment, and they've started to do their own assessment and started looking into this potential.
No, thank you so much. And the next question is to you, Elena. You mentioned during your presentation that the engagement with the central bank has taken quite a bit of time, and you mentioned that they were at one point not sure why they should engage with the sector, and that's given that the Central Bank of the Philippines is mandated to be the end buyer of ASM gold. Do you think that part of the financial inclusion trainings should have involved the central banks? I'm pointing this out because in Indonesia and in Colombia, the planetGOLD country teams made a concise effort in also training the financial formal partners as part of their engagement to educate them. Do you think this would have been something that would have hastened your process?
Yes, I believe so, because well, we have been working closely with the central bank on the development of the supplier agreement, and we have gone back and forth on the efficacy of the supplier agreement, but we've only worked with what the central bank knows, what we know as the planetGOLD Philippines team. Yeah. And I believe that the participation of the central bank in the trainings would have been very valuable, mostly because we work with them closely on the supplier agreement, but on developing the financial mechanisms, we haven't had the opportunity to sort of explore other options. And so a tripartite discussion or among the central bank, our partner mining associations, and the planetGOLD Philippines team would have been very valuable, perhaps to hasten the process again of these developments.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Okay. And the next question is to you, back to you, Dulgun. planetGOLD Mongolia developed a number of resources as part of your engagement with the miners. This included a social investment plan template for their future investments, and also like business booklets for daily mine recording. What has been the uptake from the miners in the usage of these templates as they continue with their mining operations?
It was also something very new for the miners because they didn't see themselves as small businesses. So as a small business, you have to organize your organization, you have to have record your income and record your expenses. That's what the booklets and the social investment plan started to provide. And then as for usage of the business booklet is being used by our main target ASM organizations, which are also implementing the planetGOLD criteria. And then so it is well embedded into their operation. So the project has been helping them by providing capacity building on how to use the booklet. But as for the second tool, the social investment plan, it is the next level, helping the ASM organizations to draw in attention, to draw in investment, to provide investors with the basic main information about the ASM organization and how it could cooperate with the potential investor. So when we introduced the social investment plan to our main ASM organizations, they were really happy with the tool because it provided them an idea that when they use this tool and they use the template to provide information to the investors, it will help them to give blueprint information to their partner about what their organization stands for and what are their potentials and possibilities in the future. So one of the ASM organization, the leader lady, has already started using the tool in connecting with a Korean investor. Yeah. So we've seen, I know it's a start, but it's a good start.
Yeah. Well, just one final question to you, Elena. Given that your current engagement is with the central bank and trying to finalize the supply agreement with them, and the hope of the project is that the miners can leverage the supplier agreements in getting debt financing from formal financial institutions. What has been the perception of miners? No, sorry. What has been the perception of the formal financial institutions on now engaging with miners, given that the central bank is looking to get involved? Do you think that makes them more comfortable in engaging with the sector?
Well, so the history of the supplier agreement was something that the central bank and our team, the planetGOLD Philippines team, sort of concocted or sort of developed after discussing with our partner mining associations, after our contextual study on why our partner mining associations more frequently sell to the black market.
Yeah.
And we found that through that contextual study that it was because they were being provided loan assistance, so they don't need any form of documentation. They can access the loans by selling the gold to them.
Yeah.
And so when we brought this contextual study to the central bank, based on our discussions, the central bank and our team developed the supplier agreement. And when we had initially developed it, we had wanted it to sort of act as a collateral, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
We have a partner financial institution here, Cebuana Luhilier. The Cebuana Luhilier is the leading microfinancing institution or service provider in the Philippines.
Yeah.
And I can say that their reception was very good. And that they're interested to form financial mechanisms for our partner mining associations. But that is because Cebuana Luhilier is a flexible financial institution. And so what we were discussing earlier this morning through breakfast with Ms. Rose from Cebuana was that instead of a collateral, the supplier agreement can be used as sort of mechanism for viability financing. So we start with flexible institutions such as Cebuana. They are microfinancing institutions. They are more flexible rather than banks that are regulated to have collateral that has financial and monetary value to it, because the document itself does not have financial and monetary value. And so we build the credit line or the credit history of our partner mining associations. And in building that credit history, they become more viable to banks that are regulated more by the central bank. And so, again, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of it is still left to the imagination, but we do have one sure financial institution which has received it very well. So thank you.
Thank you, Elena. And just to finish up on this panel session with Elena and Diaz, I'd like to mention that planetGOLD Mongolia had also envisioned equity financing options, and they were going to try and engage with a couple of investors and had already tried to connect them online. And so there's so many different options that can be explored in trying to provide financing to ASM miners. It might take a considerable amount of time than the, timeline for the planetGOLD financing, but planetGOLD has a good opportunity in trying to set the foundation to continuing the efforts of these projects. Yeah, thank you. And now on to the Q&A session.
Yeah, thank you to the panelists. And we have 10 minutes. So please prepare your questions. I'm sure everyone is really curious to know more. So please raise your hands and I will come with your microphone.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentations. Mukasiris Banda is my name. So my question is, artisanal small-scale gold mining, it's mostly about the deposit. That's where the viability is. So to what extent do we have experiences where the government or even the private sector has deliberately de-risked the financing in terms of making sure that the deposits are viable?
Who would like to take this? Yeah, so the question, if I understood correct, how do the financial institutions check if the deposits are viable, right? Is that correct? Can you use this?
Yeah, so my question is, we are talking about finance to support the extraction of a resource, but at the same time, I just wanted to find out if there are any experiences or case studies where the government, for instance, the public sector, has deliberately promoted access to viable deposits for artisanal small-scale miners to make it easier to access finance, or either the private sector has done so, because without a resource which is proven, which is viable, we can talk about finance from a very peripheral position.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so would you like to contribute or a question? Or let's do a question and you can respond. Can you use the microphone here? Yes, let's take a couple of questions and we're going to respond.
Okay. Bon, bonjour à tous. Excusez, je vais parler en français et je m'adresserai à mon collègue de Burkina Faso. Du coup, vous avez parlé ici de la répartition des risques. Est-ce que, au niveau de la répartition des risques, c'est lié au potentiel du minerai ou opèrent ici ces orpailleurs? C'est quelque chose que je veux savoir. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour la question. Alors, le risque ici qui est partagé entre les trois acteurs, notamment la banque, l'emprunteur et le projet, le risque ici est lié au remboursement du crédit. Ça veut dire que le fonds de garantie qui a été mis au niveau de la banque couvre le risque d'un tiers. La banque elle-même qui met sa ligne de crédit en jeu partage le risque d'un tiers et le bénéficiaire lui aussi supporte le risque de remboursement du crédit d'un tiers. Mais il n'est pas lié au minerai ni à la production des artisans miniers. C'est le risque de remboursement qui est partagé.
To try to address the first question, taking the example of Kenya, the government of Kenya has over the last few years tried to map the geological deposits in our country. And that is why from, I think, 2019 to sometime last year, there was a moratorium on the provision of licensing to miners in the country because they wanted to figure out, okay, so what exactly is the geological resource in our country so that when we're issuing out licenses, it's to viable deposits. Outside of the gold sector, speaking on my experience in the cobalt sector, the government in the DRC has also set out delineated land for zones for artisanal exploitation, where artisanal cobalt miners are expected to do their mining activities in these areas. The only problem with these two examples is that historically, in the case of the DRC, where the miners have been delineated to do their mining, the miners themselves believe that the mineral resource there is not valuable or economically sufficient enough for them to do their activities. And so what we all know, what we've all experienced, is that miners either go to the colonial deposits that have, you know, at least in the case of Africa, that have existed since the pre-independent times, or they would rather walk outside of the margins of the large industrial concessions because they believe that if somebody is willing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in this resource, then there must be something good enough for me to do so. And so I believe part of the work of the planetGOLD teams is also to support in the advocacy to the governments to, you know, encourage them to do this mine mapping and advise them on where ASM activities can potentially happen and to have the miner at the back when they're thinking about, you know, what can we do to improve the sector. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So it's all connected. I think we need to obviously have access to minerals, to have a viable deposit, and then to be able to access finance and so on. The last question, I think we only have time for one, and you were first. Go ahead.
Ok. Esa pregunta va hacia CFA de Colombia. Muy interesante cómo han manejado el tema de las garantías y este punto psicológico de manejar esta garantía oculta. Me gustaría conocer cómo fue, si es que al momento en que hay que ser transparente y firmar hojas y contratos, esta garantía no figuraba dentro de los documentos a firmar por el cliente. ¿Cómo manejaban esto? Me gustaría ver cuál.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Efectivamente, este mecanismo nosotros no lo teníamos. Lo implementamos gracias al programa planetGOLD Colombia, donde identificamos que este tipo de mineros normalmente no tienen una garantía que ofrecer. Además, no tienen una trayectoria financiera. Nunca nadie les había otorgado un crédito, no contaban con la experiencia, no cuentan con un fiador o un codeudor. Normalmente son personas que no tienen tierras, que no tienen nada que ofrecer. Entonces eso hace que hayan unas barreras muy grandes para acceder a los créditos. Asimismo, los fondos de garantías que existen desde la política pública no están diseñados para ellos. Entonces por eso era necesario poder tener un fondo que complementara la garantía, ¿cierto? Que complementara. Pero cuando se constituye este mecanismo, una de las primeras barreras que optamos por superar era la barrera de acceso. Y ellos no tienen que pagar nada. Al interior de la cooperativa parametrizamos o ajustamos dentro de la política de crédito que cada crédito que fuera otorgado a los beneficiarios del programa en su línea base pudieran llevar este complemento de garantía. Hoy no hemos gastado ni siquiera el 1% porque tienen buenos hábitos de pago, entonces eso permite que continuemos atendiendo a los mineros.
Unfortunately, we can't take any more questions because of time, but I'd like to mention just one last time that all the case studies documenting the financial inclusion mechanisms for all the Phase 1 planetGOLD countries, the 9 countries, are now available online on the reading room. If you want to learn more about that. We also published a cross-programmatic analysis, so where you get an analysis of all the lessons learned and the best practices of all their efforts on the reading room. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. So maybe just to briefly sum up what we've learned, I think there's obviously a lot of will to talk. We've got questions that are unanswered, so please come and speak to the panelists, but also other planetGOLD countries from Peru, Indonesia, Guyana, and Ecuador, because this is why we're here. We would like to exchange. So main takeaways. There is some appetite to work with ASM. However, still it's considered a big risk, and institutions must also be educated, must be willing to educate and build trust. They also expect, at least in the beginning, to share the risks. They are not willing to take the risks alone, and there are different examples such as first loss guarantees, seed capital, but also support with due diligence and some basic ESG monitoring, and planetGOLD criteria based on the craft code can be an example of this. Products must be adapted to the miners. So we need to talk to the miners first, what they need, and try to tailor it to them, with considering, obviously, gender, women, and their special needs, also special needs of each of the locations. We are seeing that actually good organization, record keeping, and formalization are normally the requisites that the institutions are asking. So this is something that hopefully those miners for them. Miners sometimes are not very sure about what the benefits of formalization are, and here we hope that it can be one. But at the same time, we know that formalization can be tough, and we need to look at how to do it in a progressive way. Hopefully the institutions can open also to the progressive improvement. And finally, there is this link between financing and buying of gold. The buyers, so we have the examples of the central bank, but also others, and there is a lot to learn from the traders, sometimes maybe even work with the traders, if possible, to understand how to adjust the products to the needs, the very specific needs of the miners that may sometimes need a little bit more flexibility. So on the one hand, we have 20+ million of miners who need capital, and on the other hand, we have potential investors that are facing a huge opportunity, because we are seeing the interest rates actually that this sector can offer are a very good business opportunity. And planetGOLD is possibly best positioned in the world, in the planet, to bridge these gaps, and this is where hopefully all the conversations over the next few days will happen. There's going to be another session on investment following this one, if you're interested, and I think a workshop on Wednesday also. So thank you very much, and thank you especially to the teams of the planetGOLD countries that have been working very hard to make it happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcin and Candice, for this very interesting panel, and all the panelists as well. It shows that, again, several solutions have been trialed in planetGOLD, different, sometimes commercial banking alone doesn't work, and we need to adapt to that, depending on the national conditions. One lesson learned I take too is that the financing systems or mechanisms that are being put in place by the projects need to be sustained after the project ends. And that's the responsibility of the implementing agencies and the executing agencies of each child project to make sure that this happens, because otherwise we don't serve the mining community as best as we can. But okay, we've reached the time where we have to break for lunch, and I have a few announcements. First of all, there's a key lost, so if anyone lost this, please come and pick it up. Second, just for this afternoon and after, if you use the interpretation headset, please leave it on the table and not in your pocket, because otherwise it creates interference. So thanks for that. And thirdly, so the lunch today will be served in the Kunmingtan room. So for the people who are staying here is where you had breakfast. And for us, we just have to follow you. So I hope you can make it away. Dinner will be served in the same place. Also, during lunch, I want to draw your attention to the photo competition. We had 50 photos as entries to this competition. The 5 finalists are in the back of this room, and you can vote still using the QR code, and the results will be announced at the closing ceremony tonight. So if you haven't done so, please do so. And this afternoon, right after lunch at 2, we will meet in two separate rooms. Here, we will have a session on ASGM capitalization to get the financier's perspective on what we've heard so far. And in the TAL pavilion, which information will be provided at lunch, there will be a session on women rising, innovative solutions for women by women to increase income in artisanal mining communities. So 2 very interesting sessions. There will be both 1 hour, and we'll have a half an hour break so that people can come back here for the final session of the day. So thank you and bon appétit.
check. Okay. I guess I sit here. I need my. Oops. I was talking with the micro on. Sí, empecemos. Sí, 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 sí. Pero no sé si vamos a tener tiempo para preguntas. Solamente exacto. Okay. Hello. I think we should start. We're a little bit late because of the rain and delicious lunch. So maybe a couple of more minutes and we start. Thank you. Pardon me? They would play it? Okay. So I don't have to I don't have to control anything. Perfect. Okay. Okay. So good afternoon. Thank you very much. Let's see if we can. Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. So we're going to start. Hello, my name is Roger Tissot. I'm the Executive Director of Artisanal Gold Council. We are the executing agency of 3 of the planetGOLD projects, one here in Philippines, which we're very honored, one in Mongolia, and one in Burkina Faso. And I'm just going, without further delay, let each of the participants to introduce themselves. So, please. ¿Te puedes presentar? ¿Quién es el...? ¿Lo puedes hacer en español?
Hola con todos, mi nombre es Paulo Velázquez de Ecuador, de la institución financiera Ban Ecuador.
Hi everybody, my name is David McAvoy. I work for TMB, a bank in Congo. It's part of KCB Group, which is a bank in Kenya and East Africa.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is David Sturmes. I'm a co-founder and director for partnerships and innovation at the IMPIC facility and based in Nairobi.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Erizel Linaban. I'm from the Mint and Refinery Operations Department of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas.
Hola, muy buenas tardes para todos. Mi nombre es Juan Fernando Céspedes González, en representación de CFA Cooperativa Financiera de Colombia y aliado de planetGOLD para la inclusión financiera para la MAPE.
Thank you very much. So, with further ado, I'm going to ask our first speaker to make some brief comments. So, Mr. David McAvoy.
Okay, hello everybody, good afternoon. TMB is a quite small bank in a country, DRC, which has a huge ASM sector. And TMB was founded about 20 years ago on the idea of being a financial inclusion first bank. So banking accessible to everybody and anybody in the DRC. And about 4 years ago, we came to the final conclusion that we had to develop a financial unit for the ASM sector to really kind of make our mission universal in the DRC, given the scale of the ASM and the ASGM sector. So we've been working on it for about 4 years, refining our approach, and I think in the last 12 months we've onboarded about 60, that's 60 ASM entities, and including about 10 ASGM entities. We've onboarded about 10,000 miners, and our goal is to reach 250,000 miners in the next 3 years, and that's providing a full suite of banking services to those miners, including lending. I was going to run through a little bit of detail of how we assess clients and to give you an idea of the complexity for a bank like TMB when we're looking to engage with the ASM sector. But following this morning's conversations, there are a few points I actually really wanted to pick up on. I mean, you hear a lot that banks don't want to engage ASM, and that's true for a variety of reasons, but not obviously reasons that are not always obvious. In the first instance, banks face existential risks when they make large risk mistakes. And I'll give you the example of TMB in the DRC, which is a dollar economy. If we lend dollars to an ASM unit, and then there's a significant ESG risk that arises that we somehow missed, ultimately, if that hits the media, in particular in Europe or the United States, what's going to happen is that our clearing banks, the banks that provide us access to dollars, are going to shut down our business. 90% of our balance sheet is in dollars and euros. So if they shut down our business, we're over. Our $2 billion balance sheet liquidates. We're out of business. 2,000 people lose their jobs. I lose my job. The shareholders lose their funds. That's the reality of the risks that we face. So we've designed a process that we think supports decision makers in the bank, stakeholders internationally, to give them confidence that when we bank ASM, we're doing it in a very structured, risk-managed way. And risk management is key. We want to encourage risk management and risk mitigation and move away from risk de-risking. What we do then with an ASM entity, not a miner, but an entity, so a cooperative or a trader or an exporter, is we risk rate them and we give them a risk scorecard. And that's an intuitive approach to a bank and to our key stakeholders being international banks, international regulators, in particular in the United States and in the EU. And what we do is we've designed a set of 5 criteria by which we assess ASM entities. They're on screen here. And the reason I have this on screen is just to give you an idea of the complexity of the due diligence that needs to take place in order to create a risk scorecard for one ASGM entity. You're looking at over 250 parameters that are reviewed. And when we review a client or prospective client, we tier the outcome according to a risk score. And that risk score guides us in terms of what kind of product or service we can make accessible to that ASM client. So you can see on the left-hand side a risk score from 0.3 up to 0.9 and above. And that determines the kind of accounts and the kind of services and products that an ASGM client could receive from TMB. We take a progressive approach. So maybe on day 1, a client will only have the data available to be risk scored 2.5, and that means they'll have a dollar account and a CDF account with no term financing. But over time, hopefully, the risk score improves, and they can access term financing in dollars, in euros, or in local currency in DRC. This approach is really, really intuitive to banks. This is how banks assess loan products all the time. That's the credit risk world. We've brought that world into the compliance risk world, and we think that responds quite adequately to concerns in terms of reputational risk, compliance risk, the key risks that a lot of our stakeholders would have when we engage with the sector. This is the output of a risk card. So behind this is a spreadsheet with over 600 lines of data. And you can see that we've got risk scores for every individual area of due diligence, OECD due diligence and guidance, and ESG standards as defined by the IFC. So it's quite a complex approach. It's very labor intensive, but it's an approach that we've designed from scratch so that we have the confidence and the buy-in from our key stakeholders, both domestically in DRC, in Kenya, and internationally in the EU and in the United States in particular. Just a few points. I won't go much further on this in terms of design. I just want to convey the complexity that's involved in assessing the ASM unit. Within any bank, including in TMB, you're going to have the front office who want to run and do lots of business, and that's great. That's their job. They want to bring in new clients. They want to bring in new business. And what you'll find in DRC is our front office is very, very progressive. They want to bank ASM. But always within a bank, you have the compliance unit, the risk unit, the legal units, and they're the guys who you really need to build this product to be able to answer their concerns. And that's the same in our correspondent bank. So I'm going to wrap up very quickly with one example of how an export from the DRC actually moves through the international banking sector. You have a minimum of 3, and you maybe have 4 banks involved in a single transaction. So a gold exporter in DRC comes to us and says, I have sent an invoice to a refiner in Switzerland. That refiner is going to send me $500,000. They need to do it legally within 20 days under DRC law. That transaction will go through 4 banks. So first, let's say Zurich Cantonal Bank in Zurich. That's the refiner's bank. The refiner goes to that bank, and hopefully that bank knows their clients. So that's fine, they take the $500,000, they pass it on to us, TMB, but we don't speak to each other in the global world of banking. They have to go to their clearing bank, a dollar bank. That's going to be, say, Deutsche Bank. We have to go to our clearing bank, Citibank. So Cantonal send it to Deutsche Bank, who send it to Citi, who send it to TMB. There's a compliance unit, a legal unit, and a risk unit in each of those banks, right? They'll stop that transaction just for going to DRC, let alone ASM and let alone ASGM in a conflict zone. That transaction will absolutely be stopped. The time for a compliance unit to unlock that transaction will be minimum 30 days at Deutsche. Then it goes to Citibank, another 30 days, and then it lands at TMB 60 days later. By law, banks are not allowed to advise the recipient of the delay of the funds. So our client comes to us and says, hey, the refiner in Switzerland have paid our money. Where's our cash? They'll go onto Twitter and say, TMB stolen $500,000 from us. We can't say anything by law. If we said anything, our correspondent bank will shut us down. So back to this. We designed it in a way that gives the confidence in a vertical chain of banks, that if a transaction comes in, it can quickly filter through the chain so that our client in DRC can receive the funds in 15 or 20 days, as they should do. I'm going to wrap it up there. I'll hand over to Roger.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was quite interesting. So our second speaker, David Stern.
Which bus? Can you help with that? Perfect, great, thanks. So, I work with the Impact Facility. We are a social enterprise, registered as a charity that runs an investment fund. And so we use blended finance to drive financial inclusion. This one? Okay. In the artisanal mining sector in East Africa. And that is understanding that even though it's phenomenal what David and the TMB team are doing, many banks in East Africa are not yet willing to invest into the mining sector. And so we've positioned ourselves as a bridge financing solution, hoping that we can provide a financial track record and a de-risking of an engagement with an artisanal miner that would allow them to graduate into the provision of formal financial services with commercial banks in the region. And for that, really, we need to start thinking about artisanal miners as small and medium-sized enterprises. And the artisanal miners need to think about themselves as entrepreneurs and businesses. If I believe that my activities are subsistence activities and I treat them as such and not as a business, then I'm unable to articulate the profitability of the business and also unable to articulate the risk around it. So a huge piece of what we are doing as an NGO then is the capacity building, which starts with improved production records, business planning, budgeting, etc. But then when it comes to financing, these are organizations that often have no collateral and struggled to secure financing from other banks. We try to manage that risk by having a team of mining engineers and geologists that actually goes and assesses the mines for their viability in terms of the operations, where really the business piece is hugely important to understand how credible they are as an entity. But we believe that leasing is a great vehicle to engage with these mines. And so we've launched a lease-to-purchase program where artisanal miners are able to specify what equipment they want. And in general, we provide them with the technical support and advice necessary to determine what's the smallest possible investment that has the largest possible positive impact on my operations. And the miners get to select the make and the capacity of the machines, but as a rule of thumb, we are trying to avoid any second-hand and cheaply manufactured equipment and would rather go with quality manufacturers with a manufacturer's warranty coming with that. The miner needs to be comfortable with the equipment that is being selected, and the miner deposits 10% as a co-financing of the total capital that is needed before we then start purchasing the equipment and facilitate the installation and the handover to the miners, including the technical training needed to use those machines appropriately. The miners are paying for the landed cost of the equipment. That includes the installation, that includes the training specific to how to use the equipment, and ongoing technical support. We're not charging them for any of the capacity building that is provided beforehand and alongside it. And as we engage with the mines, we're saying this is the beginning of a long-term partnership. Even if we graduate you into a partnership with another financier, we would like you to think, where is your operation going to be 5 years from now? And how do we improve different ESG elements, including ventilation of your tunnels, your record keeping, your long-term planning, cyanide and mercury management along the way, so that we can bring in experts to help you do that. And they don't pay for that, and that's highly appreciated. They really want to professionalize the way they work. Understanding that it's difficult to repay always on time, we're doing two things. For some of the mines, especially the ones that work on cyanidation, which makes about 60% of the production volumes that come out of the mines, we offer repayments every 2 months, just accommodating a longer processing timeline and the cash flow that comes with that. But in general, every contract kicks off with a grace period, meaning that they first see the benefits of the machines before they start paying back. And per 12 months, they get 2 months a year where they can say, I won't be able to pay this year because of the rains, or we had a tunnel collapse, or we are investing into building out a specific shaft, and we recognize that. If they needed additional breaks beyond that, that is available upon request and at our discretion, but they need to pay for those additional payment breaks. And in case they actually default, we can then withdraw the equipment, which has happened. We've done 10 investments through this model. We've secured another $1 million to do another 20 investments in the next 24 months in Tanzania. So we started in Kenya, now we're scaling into Tanzania. But out of the first 10 that we've invested, 2 are fully paid back with interest and everything. 2 have defaulted, but we were able to withdraw the equipment from those mines and redeploy it to other mine sites. And the other 6 are on track with the repayments. This is at a 16% interest rate on local currency. Moving forward, we'll opt to contract in US dollars. That's a regulatory requirement in Tanzania, but also a risk management on our side, because the Kenyan shilling went on a roller coaster ride over the last year or so. But you can see it's a testament to the willingness of miners to repay. Here's a quick case study. I think I don't have time to run through this, but as with these case studies or the approaches that were presented earlier this morning, this has been documented through the planetGOLD case study template and will be published on the planetGOLD website in much detail. So if you're interested in learning more about it, either speak to Candice or myself, or check out the planetGOLD website and look up the case study there. But thanks for your attention, and thanks for having me on the panel.
So right now, we're going to continue with some videos that we are going to present. Yeah.
¿Qué le atrae de la inversión en el sector de la minería de oro a pequeña escala?
Básicamente lo que atrae a cualquier inversionista, los capitales, buscamos riesgo-rentabilidad. Entonces, un balance entre ello asociado o comparado con otros negocios, es decir, buscar más rentabilidad manejando los riesgos de estos negocios de pequeña minería. Ese es el foco, no el corazón. Y a la par, en línea, también ayudar a la pequeña minería que salga adelante, ¿no? En nuestro país, yo soy peruano y quiero ver a una pequeña minería formalizada, a una pequeña minería rentable, a una pequeña minería que cuide el medio ambiente y una pequeña minería que cuida también a sus trabajadores, que no usa reactivos como el mercurio y que trabaja, ojalá, con estándares de gran minería. Entonces también es apoyar a esa minería peruana.
So we saw some of the comments from mining in Peru. I would like to invite Mr. Juan Fernando Céspedes to provide some response of what we saw in the video.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Roger, y nuevamente queremos en esta parte de esta intervención transmitir unas experiencias que nosotros a lo largo de este programa hemos tenido de cara primero a los logros y segundo también esas trampas o como nosotros los llamamos que son los costos transaccionales que no permiten o no facilitan la inclusión financiera en la pequeña minería y minería de subsistencia. Lo primero que se debe tener en cuenta a la hora de, sobre todo los coordinadores que están facilitando la articulación del sector financiero en la inclusión financiera para la pequeña minería, es poder tener la gobernanza, es decir, entidades financieras que entiendan y quieran sumarse y apostar a la inclusión financiera para esta actividad tan valiosa para nuestros países. Si no hay voluntad de parte de la gobernanza, de quienes tienen a cargo las entidades financieras, difícilmente, por más herramientas técnicas que se vayan a entregar, va a ser posible que se abra camino para superar esas barreras de la inclusión financiera para el sector. Segundo, el conocimiento del cliente minero. Esta cooperativa financiera le pertenece a alrededor de unos 75.000 asociados en Colombia, tenemos 50 oficinas, somos vigilados por la Superintendencia Financiera de Colombia y nuestro propósito va un poco más allá que tener un producto financiero. Se trata de mejorar vidas de las actividades productivas que tenemos. Nuestras oficinas están en varios de los territorios que dinamizan la economía a partir del oro. Entonces, esto nos ha ayudado a convivir con el sector del oro o con el encadenamiento productivo del oro por más de 20 años. Entonces, poder entender ese ecosistema desde el inicio, desde la extracción, desde el otorgamiento de los títulos, de los contratos, de los subcontratos, etcétera, hasta la comercialización y monetización, nos ha permitido hacer parte de ese ejercicio. Y cuando uno observa en términos de formalización, nosotros le preguntábamos a los mineros por qué no son formales, y ellos pues decían porque no podemos acceder al sistema financiero. Y cuando se le preguntaba al sistema financiero por qué no podían acceder, era porque no eran formales. Entonces era un círculo vicioso del que no se podía salir y dimos la apuesta de conocer, entenderlo y ahora tienen un motivo de formalizarse porque ya tienen la alternativa de aperturar sus cuentas y poder acceder al sistema financiero. Lo tercero es alinear la debida diligencia y políticas de vinculación y otorgamiento. Es un sector de riesgo, máxime en un país como Colombia, donde muchos sectores del conflicto armado hacen parte de este tema. Poder entender y hacer esa adecuada debida diligencia va a ser clave para poderle dar sostenibilidad a la inclusión financiera para los pequeños mineros. La participación de la entidad financiera en toda la trazabilidad. Como entidades financieras entendimos que no podíamos quedarnos sentados esperando a que los mineros llegaran a abrir una cuenta o solicitaran un crédito, no. Tuvimos que hacer parte de la formalización, de la comercialización, de la asistencia técnica y del otorgamiento de cuentas de ahorro y crédito. Nosotros de hecho acompañamos a los mineros de subsistencia a acercar la oferta del Estado para que se formalicen. No es un tema de ellos solamente, sino que tenemos que involucrarnos de lleno completo. Y también en ese impacto social que generamos a partir de la inclusión financiera. Y por último, pues la capacitación al interior de las entidades financieras. Hay que perder ese estigma de que es un sector difícil para incluir, que es riesgoso, que es peligroso, y ver el minero y el pequeño minero, el minero de subsistencia, como una alternativa de desarrollo para sus territorios. Y un elemento clave que quiero dejar es también seguir proponiendo estos instrumentos de garantías. Finalmente, mitigar el riesgo a través de inversiones y garantías complementarias ayuda a facilitar. Ahora, ¿qué se debe evitar o cuáles son esas trampas en que la entidad financiera pues no debe caer? Lo primero es centrar la inclusión financiera del sector en un producto. El hecho de abrirle una cuenta o otorgarle un crédito y ya. No, la entidad financiera debe hacer parte completa e integral de la trazabilidad minera. Eso incluye implementación de herramientas tecnológicas, fortalecimiento de sus áreas de cumplimiento y debida diligencia y fortalecimiento de las habilidades y capacidades del equipo comercial, que finalmente es quien atiende al minero en su territorio. Otra de las trampas es el desconocimiento de la actividad. Como decíamos, para nosotros fue exitoso hacer parte de todo el componente del encadenamiento productivo. Entonces, ese conocimiento requiere esa articulación con el Estado, con otros actores, con otros agentes que están en territorio, con los proveedores, con los comercializadores, con los aliados, y esto nos va a facilitar el otorgamiento. Y finalmente, se debe evitar a toda costa la desarticulación, especialmente entre empresa, Estado, universidad, sociedad, que en definitiva facilita poder trabajar juntos en pro de la inclusión financiera para este sector económico. Entonces, desde esta cooperativa continuamos, gracias a las capacidades que nos generó planetGOLD Colombia, avanzando, y luego pues también nos ponemos a disposición de ustedes para hacer transferencia metodológica y de conocimiento para acompañar la inclusión financiera de la MAPE en sus territorios. Gracias.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to see another video, and it's going to be commented by the central bank. So, the other video.
Өнгөрсөн хугацаанд бас хийсэн ажлууд бол маш чухал байсан гэж тийм. planetGOLD гэсэн хувь хүрээнд олборлтын асуудлууд, тэгээд боловсруулах цэхүүдийг сайжруулах, технологийн сайжруулах асуудлууд бол чухал байсан. Яг гэвэл суурь асуудал байсан. Манай холбооны зүгээс бол яг одоо олборлолт, боловсруулалт, цэвэршүүлэлт, тэгээд үйлдвэрлэл худалдаа гэдэг ингээд бүтэн кластераар бас ингээд ажиллаж явж байгаагийн хувьд цаашдаа planetGOLD төслийн үед бас энэ том урсгал руу чиглэсэн бүтэн урсгал кластерыг бүтнээр нь харсан ийм төсөл хэрэгжүүл бас илүү үр дүнтэй гэж бас харж байгаа. Учир юу гэхээр бид нар одоо энэ байгаа олборлтын асуудлуудыг дэмжиж байгаа талуудыг бид нэр онцолж ингэж тэр замуудыг засах энэ ажлуудыг хийхгүй болохоор зөвхөн ингээ олборлтын асуудыг тэнд замаа цацаад идэг. Гэтэл нөгөө дэмжиж авч байгаа талууд маань бас эрх зүйн орчин тутмаг тэгээ ажиллахад ийм одоо төвшөлттэй иймэрхүү нөхцөл байдал байгаа учраас мянганд одоо бид нар магадгүй хэдэн тооныгийн алт олборлоо гэхэд авж байгаа тал маань нөгөө худалдаа авахын талуудын урсгал маань өөрөө эрх зүйн зохицуулалт сул байгаа байхгүй. Тэгэхээр эргээгээд энд одоо гарлуулсан тодорхой хууль эрх зүйн орчинд ажиллаад бүтээгдэхүүнээ гаргалаач гэсэн энэ талд авж байгаа хэсэг дээр маань одоо хууль эрх зүйн орчинд тодорхой бус байгаа учраас эргээгээд нөгөө олон жил ингээ хичээсэн үр дүн бас бүтэн одоо циклээр гарахгүй ингээ байх магадaltaй байгаа. Тийм учраас planetGOLD төслийн хувьд энийг илүү үр дүнтэй болохын тулд одоо тэр олборлох, боловсруулах, цэвэршүүлэх тэгээд үйлдвэрлэл, худалдаа гэдэг ийм замуудыг тодорхой болгох бүх шатанд нь одоо харж харсан, том зургаар нь харсан ийм төсөл хөтөлбөр ингээ байвал илүү одоо үр дүнтэй энэ зах зээлийг ч гэсэн ингээ том урсгалаар нь харснаа эргээд Монгол Улсын эдийн засагт өгөөжтэй. За дээрэс нь энэ салбар дээр орж ирж байгаа хөрөнгө оруулагч нарт ч гэсэн ойлгомжтой тодорхой эрх зүйн орчин бүрдсэн байх юм боломжийг бол энэ төсөл бол хийх боломж харагдаж байгаа. Тэгээд цаашдаа ч гэсэн энэ рүү одоо хамтарч ажиллана гэж бас найдаж байгаа. Яг л манай холбооны зүгээс яг энэ дээр салбарын стратегийг бодлогыг бас зураад ингээд салбарын стратеги гаргаад ажиллаж байгаа юм бас бидэнд ч гэсэн бас тодорхой ноу хау гэх юм уу тий бид нар тодорхой туршлагууд бас бий болж байгаа учраас хамтын ажиллагаанууд бий болж байгаа учраас хамтран ажиллаад ингээд өргөжүүлээд явах нь бүрэн боломжтойгоо тэгээд их салбарын бас нөгөө энэ салбарыг ойлгодог мэддэг экспертүүдийг бас бид бэлдэж байгаа учраас цаашдаа өргөн өрөнд хамтран ажиллана гэж бас найдаж байгаа.
Okay. Firstly, while I do agree with Asbileg, the speaker on the video, that it is essential to approach the ASGM supply chain holistically, from extraction to trade, I've always believed that planetGOLD, well, how it was implemented in the Philippines, was already designed as such. One of the 4 components of the planetGOLD, which is access to market and finance, ensures that all good work done at the extraction level is traceable and valued by the target market. And in our case, it is the Central Bank of the Philippines. We are strategically positioned at the end point of the supply chain, acting both as buyer and as the refiner. When planetGOLD identified the BSP, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, as the official market of the ASGM Gold, it enabled us to incorporate our requirements into the project. Under the Philippine law, the ASM Gold is required to be sold to the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, and that's under the People's Small Scale Mining Act, which was enacted way back in 1991. When the ASGM sell their gold at the point of sale, they are bound by legal frameworks. We require permits and documentations before we register any gold seller. More recently, the BSP started putting emphasis on responsible sourcing, responsible gold sourcing. As an accredited good delivery refiner of the London Bullion Market Association, or the LBMA, the BSP sourcing process is governed by the requirements of the London Bullion Market Association, aptly called Responsible Gold Guidance, which is also anchored on the OECD 5-step framework on responsible mineral supply chains. Having said all this, I think this is what maybe Asbileg was mentioning in the video about strengthening the regulations and the framework at the buying stream for investors. In the Philippines case, we are the investor of the ASGM Gold, and for the BSP, the work and the efforts of the miners and the mining associations established and implemented in their operations, such as securing necessary permits, ensuring health and safety, absence of terrorist financing, absence of child labor, ESG factors, among others, are all fully accounted for and valued by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Moreover, aside from our buyer role, we are also refining the gold that we buy into internationally acceptable forms, more popularly known as the good delivery bars. We are actually the only central bank accredited by the LBMA as a good delivery list refiner. And given our big role in the gold market, the BSP has been doing more stakeholder discussions to continuously engage with the ASGM to promote the BSP's gold buying program. We also use these engagement opportunities to explain the due diligence requirements, aside from listening to their concerns, which may be addressed and are within the controls of the Bangko Sentral. One of which is the continuous study of the strategic locations of the gold buying stations. We are now in the process of moving one of our gold buying stations into a better location so that we can service a region with more Minahang Bayan or community mining area. The BSP has always employed a strategic approach to support the ASGM sector, and we've tediously worked for the passage of the Republic Act 11256, exempting small-scale miners from taxes. We've seen an increase of the ASGM gold sales in the BSP since the law's implementation in 2021. For the planetGOLD Philippines, we've been working on supplier agreement, earlier presented, which we intend to be a template supplemental document to enable an ASM association to utilize a local government surety fund as a guarantee for their loans. And I would like to believe that what Asbileg desires for Mongolia is already being laid out in the Philippines. The BSP's actions are, of course, still largely driven by key strategic directions of the BSP management, but nonetheless, the roles, being an official market and an LBMA refiner, enables us to continuously commit in developing the ASGM sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to invite Paulo from the Ban Ecuador.
Hola, un gusto con todos. Voy a explicar el tema en dos partes, ¿no? La primera parte, un poco trabajo en Ban Ecuador. Ya hace más de 10 años estoy en la institución y la institución tiene muchos años hacia atrás. Entonces, es una banca de desarrollo que hace intermediación financiera. Esa es la primera parte de la intervención. La segunda vamos a ver la parte de la minería, que estamos dando otorgamiento de créditos de minería, ¿no? Como una institución que hace intermediación financiera en el Ecuador, es decir, capta recurso y coloca recurso, hace autogestión para la institución como tal. No es un peso para el Estado, sino más bien es un alivio financiero para el Estado. Esa es la gestión fundamental de Ban Ecuador, y Ban Ecuador en el Ecuador y en Latinoamérica es un ejemplo bastante interesante porque mueve alrededor de 4.700 millones de dólares en préstamos otorgados a pequeños productores, a todo el sector de la producción, de aproximadamente $3.000. Entonces, imagínense el volumen de créditos que tenemos como institución financiera. En este eje o marco de banca de desarrollo, nosotros trabajamos con 3 ejes: el económico, el social y el ambiental. Dentro del económico somos especializados en lo que es banca de microcrédito y banca de pequeña y mediana industria o pequeña y mediana minería también. Dentro de la parte social trabajamos mucho en el eje social, en lo que respecta al acceso al financiamiento también, y en la parte ambiental es lo que estamos explorando como banca de desarrollo como tal. Tenemos proyectos interesantes como ganadería climáticamente inteligente, como producción sostenible y libre de deforestación, y el tercer producto que lo estamos piloteando es un producto de minería, ¿sí? Me voy entrando un poco más a los temas de minería. Es interesante el trabajo que hace en cambio Ecuador desde el punto de vista de la regularización del sector minero como tal. El objetivo de las instituciones públicas, incluido Ban Ecuador como banca de desarrollo, es regularizar al pequeño y mediano artesano y productor de la MAPE como tal. Ese es el objetivo principal de la institución. Entonces, las instituciones trabajan en el otorgamiento de licencias que son recopiladas por el Banco Central, que mi colega estuvo en el primer panel exponiéndolo. Una vez que se tienen los permisos de funcionamiento, nosotros como Ban Ecuador entramos con un crédito totalmente blando, ¿ok? En donde tenemos hasta tiempos de gracia, tenemos tiempos de concesión de crédito que van más allá de los 10 años, gracia que van allá más de los 3 años. Pero sobre todo nosotros lo que trabajamos es tratar de entender al sector minero, como lo explicaron los colegas de Colombia, ¿no? Hay algo importante o dos cuellos de botella que nosotros vemos en el sector minero. Uno es la capacitación, obviamente, con respecto a las mitigaciones ambientales. Y dos es el tema de los colaterales, las garantías como tal. En los colaterales, nosotros como Ban Ecuador, como Banco Central y como el sector del Estado como tal, la idea es proponer que la concesión de la tierra minera entre como título valor para poder solventar el problema de las garantías como tal. Es súper importante este punto porque nosotros al estar como Ecuador, la concesión de la tierra, la concesión del uso de tierra, básicamente no entra como garantía del banco. Entonces lo que nosotros hacemos para que un productor o un minero entre a tener una concesión de crédito es básicamente sobre su patrimonio, sobre sus bienes, sobre hipotecas o garantías reales como tal. Entonces ese es el problema o el cuello de botella, porque un pequeño artesano no tiene en patrimonio la cantidad de valores o dólares que necesita como tal. Entonces vemos una solución después de varios estudios que hemos hecho como Ban Ecuador, que la concesión minera entre como título valor a ser parte de los mercados bursátiles del Ecuador como tal y del mundo. Esa es la idea, y obviamente al ser un título valor entra como parte de garantía de los préstamos como tal. Es una de las salidas y alternativas que estamos investigándolos como Ecuador. Las estamos tratando de escalar para que se convierta en un título obviamente de Ecuador, pero para eso tenemos que hacer algunas reformas a nivel de ley de Ecuador. No es fácil tampoco constituir la garantía como tal. Sin embargo, esos dos cuellos de botella son los principales. Obviamente las cooperaciones internacionales nos ayudan mucho al pilotear. También tenemos un recurso que sirve como fondo de garantías, pero no es suficiente para el sector minero. El sector minero, bueno, nosotros como Banco Ecuador hemos ingresado con créditos, como les había mencionado, de un promedio de $3,000, ¿no? En productores agropecuarios, agrícolas. Pero cuando entramos al sector minero, claro, un pequeño nos demanda de más de $100,000, $150,000, $300,000 en la pequeña minería como tal para los equipos. Entonces se convierte en un reto grande para la institución porque las garantías netamente no alcanzan al productor a cubrir ese tipo de créditos como tal. Esas son las investigaciones que nosotros vamos haciendo. Obviamente tenemos concesiones de crédito, estamos monitoreando. Para nosotros poder dar una concesión de crédito tiene que estar el documento del Banco Central del Ecuador que recopila todos los permisos y obviamente la piedra angular o lo más importante de este proceso de comercialización del oro lo tiene el Banco Central, ¿no? Que hace una competencia de mercado justo con la empresa privada, obviamente dentro del control pertinente y compra el oro. Entonces ahí viene un punto bastante importante para Ban Ecuador porque nosotros al dar un crédito, Banco Central paga a través de Ban Ecuador a los clientes como tal y nosotros hacemos los cobros pertinentes. Baja mucho el riesgo, pero sin embargo ahí no está el cuello de botella, sino en el otorgamiento de crédito como tal. Eso es más o menos la experiencia que hemos tenido con Ban Ecuador. Gracias.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to show one last video, and then we're going to have a few questions and comments, time permitting.
There are different ways to mitigate risk, manage risk, and that's also binabahagi rin namin to dun sa aming mga natutulungan mga community sa mga small scale miners. Paano? May mga programa kami no, na occupational safety and hazard na programa. No? So we have partnered with different government institutions also like Bureau of Fire Protection, tapos meron din kaming partnership with Red Cross na para turuan sila ng either first aid o ano yung mga dapat na tinitingnan natin kapag pupasok tayo ng tunnel, ano yung mga importansya kapag may nangyaring ganitong sakuna. So tinuturuan din namin sila doon. No? Ano yung mga dapat iwasan din. Yan, sinasabi, binabahagi rin namin sa kanila. I would like to say it's more of industry regulation as a whole. No? Ang risk natin. Because here in the Philippines, hindi sila napapansing sektor ng lipunan. Sila yung masasabi kong underserved sector.
Thank you very much. So I think we have maybe time for a couple of questions and comments for interaction from the team. So I'm just going to throw a general question to everybody. We did hear a lot about the risking and some of the issues with the central bank or the different organization. One of the challenges is the cost of the risking. From the central bank perspective or from the different organization, what is your perspective? What would be the approach to reduce that cost of the risking, the role of SGM? So whoever wants to take that first. Yeah.
I'll go first because I know you want to talk about blended finance, right? For us, actually, what's really interesting is data. So we lend to small companies in DRC all the time. They don't have an income statement or a balance sheet. They don't have any collateral. And how we do it is we build a relationship. They use our platform, our mobile banking platform, and we can see what they're doing over a period of time, 6, 12, 18 months. That data are actually collateral. They give them much better indication of that prospective borrower's ability to repay a loan than any income statement ever will do, because that's kind of historic one shot. So for us, as mobile banking in particular increases its reach, data are something that's really, really important. On risk sharing, and I'll pass over to you in a moment, we don't like risk sharing. And the reason we don't like risk sharing is because we think internally we have an equilibrium between our credit risk team and other teams. if you bring in risk-sharing products into the bank, you're at risk of actually causing that equilibrium to fail. So we rather stand on our own 2 feet when it comes to risk.
Thanks. I think it comes down to time frame and how long we consider an engagement period. Because even for us, when we determine how big that first investment should be, we're saying we looked at $20,000 as the make or break first investment for operations of the scale that we're investing in. This can be a game changer. This can mean that their tunnels are not flooded or that they have a winch or a generator which they didn't previously have. And with that, an immediate impact on their productivity. But in principle, you could be investing $200,000. And so subsequent investments become less and less risky because you've established a relationship, as to what David has said. And because as we engage and they're repaying, they're also continuously being trained, for which we do require blended finance. So they become more and more responsible as business people and in how they engage with us. But if we're then looking in retrospect, hopefully 5 years from now, at the relationships we've had, we're going to have turned a loss on any of the first investments with $20,000. But if they graduate into $50,000 or $100,000 subsequently, there's hopefully a chance that we can turn a profit, or a subsequent lender can turn a profit on those investments. And if we're looking at how much money is currently being spent on grant finance programs, I think planetGOLD has a phenomenal reach of.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not actually sure if I do understand the risking, but very recently the London Bullion Market Association introduced the ASM toolkit and the term progressive improvement, if that is the risking in a way. So we are now looking at the toolkit wherein criteria are not necessarily directly required or needs to be complied with outright by the ASM or by the miners, but rather an improvement plan or like a development plan towards eventual compliance to certain criteria should be established and should be acknowledged by us as evaluators, and then progressively monitored and eventually and then accept the sales within that time frame.
Claro que sí, muy partiendo de lo que mencionaba David, el riesgo se mitiga desde la trazabilidad minera. Saber dónde se está comercializando el oro, cómo se está trabajando desde la misma extracción, y poder tener ese conocimiento del cliente va a permitir la mitigación del riesgo. Ahí es clave y fundamental poder saber sobre todo el concepto de trazabilidad minera, porque de él hemos aprendido nosotros que finalmente los pequeños mineros tienen los recursos para pagar. Este es un negocio que es rentable, y de hecho muchos de ellos, especialmente los de la pequeña minería, mencionan que a veces no necesitan ni siquiera los créditos, necesitan tener esos flujos de caja, temas tributarios. Realmente ellos mantienen flujos de caja, pero necesitan estar dentro de la formalidad. Son buenos paga, pero saber en dónde se comercializa y cómo evitar la financiación del terrorismo, el lavado de activos y todo lo demás, es allí donde está asociado el riesgo, que se mitiga con el conocimiento del cliente minero, con el acceso a datos, con el acceso a información y con herramientas tecnológicas que permitan hacerle seguimiento a toda la extracción, producción, refinería y venta del oro.
Claro que sí. A ver, yo creo que la medición de riesgo dentro de los bancos es muy difícil que cambie. Los score financieros siempre van a ser score financieros de una institución financiera como tal, al menos si son banca privada como tal, ¿no? Eso va a ser muy difícil que los score cambien. Lo que sí se puede trabajar un poco es en la mitigación de riesgo. Y el sector minero, yo escucho de mucho riesgo, pero desde el punto de vista financiero no existe un riesgo tan alto a nivel de pago como tal. Más bien son las barreras del acceso a financiamiento que es lo que impide que podamos otorgar los créditos a los mineros. Porque riesgo en el sector minero, bueno, yo de lo que he visto y de los datos que hemos sacado como institución financiera, no hay un riesgo alto en el sector minero como tal. Son las barreras al acceso al financiamiento como tal lo que tienen.
Thank you very much. I think we have maybe time for one or two questions for the audience. If anybody wants to volunteer, yes, go ahead.
Is it on? You can hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Agnes from Kenya. Thank you very much for your presentations. I have areas of clarification. In your engagement, this is for the impact facility and whether you are able to onboard the artisanal miners, because I think the example that you used are from the medium-sized miners. And generally for the financiers, what is it that you would want us to be doing to be able to onboard the artisanal miners? Because the main challenge, like in the case study for Kenya, we approached several financiers and their concern was the issue of de-risking or providing guarantees. I know the example that you've given, I don't remember now who, in terms of the rating of the risk. To what extent are our artisanal miners aware of that rating risk? And what is it that you can do as financiers to bridge the gap? Because really financing is a major challenge to our artisanal miners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there another question so we can take two at the same time and we answer? Oh, sorry, it's the light, I didn't see you. Go ahead, please.
Merci bien. Je suis Omar Sissé, je suis du Mali. Voilà, de tout ce que j'ai entendu ce matin, vraiment, je crois qu'il y a des problèmes par rapport au financement des risques. C'est un aspect que je pense qu'il doit être traité davantage. Pour ce qui est de la partie du projet qui est implémenté dans les pays francophones, spécifiquement au Burkina, j'ai pu apprendre que le risque est partagé entre trois entités. L'emprunteur qui est le minier, il y a le projet qui est planetGOLD et la banque. Je me pose la question, dans tout ça, le gouvernement, c'est vrai que planetGOLD, c'est un fonds qui est attribué au gouvernement. Mais dans tout ça, est-ce que le gouvernement aussi ne doit pas s'impliquer dans le partage du risque? Parce que c'est un risque financier qui est là, c'est vrai, mais qui recoupe un risque environnemental. Et l'environnement, c'est un environnement mondial, et avant d'être mondial, il est d'abord local. C'est le gouvernement en première instance qui doit protéger leur environnement. Donc si à un niveau supérieur, au niveau de mondial, il y a une aide, je crois que le gouvernement doit prendre les relais. Les risques, on peut prendre des exemples. Le financement des projets des jeunes diplômés, dans le cadre de la promotion de l'emploi. Il y a des fonds qui ont été établis dans beaucoup de pays francophones qui s'appellent des fonds de garantie hypothécaire. Pour garantir l'hypothèque au cas où, par exemple, le jeune diplômé est confronté à un terrain, par exemple, qu'il a mis comme garantie au niveau de la banque. Ça peut arriver aux miniers aussi. Il peut mettre comme garantie sa maison. Mais rien ne prouve qu'à terme, il pourra payer. Après, on les retire et de pauvres, il deviendra beaucoup plus pauvre. Donc moi, je pense qu'on doit penser davantage au financement des risques. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup de la question. So if anyone wants to take the first or the second or both questions at the same time?
I can go for the first.
Yes.
So specific to Kenya first, we're part of the KCB group as of last year. And the concept that we're testing hopefully will be rolled out across the group from 2025, so including in Kenya. We bank all entities and individuals in ASM, ASGM, so from the minor all the way up, not just medium-sized, but small-sized, artisanal, individual traders too. So we're open to all. A really, really important point for us is actually, again, back to data and the risk scorecard. Data are very, very valuable, including to our clients. So for us, our clients own their data. If we produce a risk score, that's their data that they should be able to take and use and leverage. And they should be able to leverage to access other financing or leverage to access grant aid, for example, whatever and however they choose to use the data. Historically, when we look at the mining sector, we see a lot of audits and certification programs which produces a lot of data, but that data seemingly is not available to the miners or the entities being assessed, and yet they're the entities and miner individuals who often have to pay for that certification and audit. What's the point? In actual fact, if you're in the European Union, that's illegal under GDPR. Data belongs to the person that the data is collected from. So to answer your question, hopefully we'll be in Kenya soon doing what we're doing in Congo. As the example I gave in Congo, we want to get to 350,000 miners by year 3. It's only at that point that we start covering our costs. So we're in this for the medium to long term, and we're in this for scale.
Anybody want to answer this? Another comment? Well, dale.
Ok, sí. Justamente para las dos personas que nos hicieron las consultas. Primero, estoy totalmente de acuerdo que los gobiernos deben involucrarse justamente en varias medidas. La primera es, miren, los permisos ambientales también es otro reto, ¿no? Cada documentación que va sacando un minero es un reto, ¿sí? Entonces, hay que los gobiernos tienen que involucrarse en todos estos sistemas, ¿no? Me parece que el ejemplo que está poniendo Ecuador con el Banco Central, el Ministerio de Ambiente, el Ministerio de Energías, es un ejemplo bastante interesante porque integran los permisos en uno solo y a través de ese permiso empieza la comercialización del oro en un comercio justo. Entonces, me parece bastante interesante ese trabajo. Aparte, el tema del riesgo como tal, miren, como les dije, las entidades financieras van a tener siempre su riesgo como tal, los score financieros como tal. Ahora, hay unos puntos interesantes. Las bancas de desarrollo o las bancas públicas son interesantes en esta participación. ¿Por qué razón? Porque ellos van a tener un riesgo más reducido o van a calificar con un riesgo más reducido hacia los mineros, que es lo que hace Ecuador. Para darles un ejemplo súper claro, la banca tradicional o privada califica un buró de crédito, por ejemplo, sobre los 800 puntos, sobre 1000 puntos, ¿no? Ecuador los califica sobre los 500 puntos. Son las bancas de desarrollo como tal que asumen un riesgo, pero las bancas de desarrollo también tienen pérdidas. Por eso estamos siempre en la búsqueda permanente de las cooperaciones internacionales para tratar de solventar este tipo de inconvenientes que tienen.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all the time we want. But before I want to apologize to Ms. Ericelina Ban, I forgot to introduce you when you were speaking, but I apologize for that. Thank you very much to everybody, and I think now we go to for a coffee break. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Sorry, I was a little bit. I apologize. Muy bien, gracias.
Okay. Just to clarify that we have 20 minutes for the coffee break. We'll start at 3:30 here in this room with the people that will join us from the other side discussions. Thank you.
check, sound check. Why not just... Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank you. We're gonna start very soon. And remember, we only have translation until 5, so if we want to hear the very interesting session later on the photo contests being interpreted in French and Spanish, we'll need to start soon. Good? Wow. Okay. Good? All right, so the last technical discussion this afternoon will be on aspects that often impact negatively on the ability of please, sorry, can we have a bit of attention for the panel, because there's 4 people who want to speak. Susan, can you tell them to? Right, that's better. Thank you. So I was saying that often one of the barriers to accessing finance for the miners have to do with the informality or the criminality around the sector and financing of illegal activity with the money that is gained from the gold produced. There's also a lot of issues and worries from the gold buyers' side this time about human rights issue in the sector because of, again, the informality and the fact that audits and checks are not easy and straightforward. So we will have a session now talking about criminality and human rights. And to lead the discussion, we have someone that has worked with planetGOLD for a number of years now, Marcina Hunter. And she's an extractive thematic lead for the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. Marcina, she's been this thematic lead on extractives since 2013. And while Marcina's work has covered a wide scope of material and geographic spread, her current portfolio of work focuses on extractive-related crime, in particular gold-related crime, illicit financial flow, and development impact and responses to organized crime. Marcina's past work include analyzing migration flows, access to justice, and gender issues, as well as providing guidance on security sector and criminal justice reform. So let's hear about this important topic. Thank
you. Thank you very much for the introduction. I know a lot of our participants here today are dealing with jet lag, in addition to it just being a late afternoon session. So we will try to be as interesting as possible. And what could be more interesting than talking about criminality in the gold sector? Or I'm just biased. So anyway, we are talking about criminality in the gold sector and artisanal and small-scale gold mining in particular. And it does have several negative impacts, including on indigenous communities, which was highlighted earlier with some of the changes being made to the Minamata Convention. And really importantly, it undermines efforts to reduce mercury use and emission. I think when we look at criminality in this mining sector, financial flows are a really big aspect of that, especially financing. As we say, gold is often bought before it comes out of the ground. And so the conversations that we've been having today around financing, I think, are really great, really valuable. And it's really exciting to see that progress in this space. However, criminal networks are adaptive, and they do respond to these challenges. And likewise, our monitoring and responses in this area also need to be dynamic, and we need to be vigilant. And so that's why it's important to continue to monitor and adapt our responses appropriately. So to talk about this issue today, I'm very excited to have a panel of experts to talk about the topic, including impacts, especially on human rights, which is a core reason of why a lot of us do the work we do, is to protect human rights. And so looking at that aspect of that, and then also lessons learned about what we can take away to inform our own programming and interventions as we all go forward in this space. So I'd like to introduce Mr. Yuki Nakamura, who is an Associate Program Officer at the Environment Team of UNODC, and he's the co-coordinator of the crimes in the minerals sector. We have Ms. Giselle Villa Benitez, who recently became a doctor, congratulations, whose research investigates the relationship between communities and natural resource policies, focusing on the Andean region. And we have Mr. Mukasiri Sabanda, who's the coordinator for Stop the Bleeding Consortium, and he researches and writes on natural resource and socioeconomic governance issues in Africa. So to start this session, I would like to turn to you, Yuki. Criminality in the gold mining sector and associated supply chains is quite complex, taking on a number of different forms and impacts. So could you please give us an overview of criminality in the gold sector globally?
Thank you, Marcina, for the introduction. And yes, indeed, this issue is very complex. I will explain and introduce a couple of very basic concepts as well as global trends that have common points that could be applied, can be applied, regardless of the geographic area that we are talking about. So the first thing that we have to bear in mind, keep in mind when we are talking about this issue, is that mining can be broadly categorized into three types: informal, illegal, and formal. And this is very important because informal mining not always, in many cases yes, but not always is or equals to illegal mining. Informal mining, broadly speaking, the elements, or the unlicensed or unregistered, but they operate in legal areas. Illegal mining, on the other hand, is illegal because they operate in illegal areas, and they also use, most of the time, illegal machinery. And we have seen in many cases that these two concepts get mixed quite a lot, more than we would like to admit. And this is also important to understand because whenever we take a look to the legislation of states, of the organizations and agencies that work in addressing this issue, a lot of them make mention, explicitly or implicitly, to informal mining, but not to illegal mining, and vice versa as well. This helps us understand in what way it is codified in the legislation of states, and also in what way the people that are working in this issue understand it. So we first have to bear in mind what is the difference between informal and illegal mining. Legal mining, it has all the documents in order and it is quite intuitive. So I will be very brief about the explanation. Now, another thing, important thing that I want you to keep in mind when thinking about this issue, that this is what we call a theoretical definition. In practice, the elements and the aspects of these three concepts can get mixed. So, of course, we have informal mining. It is not considered illegal, but they are operating, for example, in illegal areas. And this complicates matters quite a lot, as we will see later in this presentation. So, this is a very simplified picture, conceptual picture, framework of a value chain, of a supply chain. Now, when we think about the value chain or informal chain of ASGM, we have been talking about the risks associated with the supply chain in general. The most famous ones, or the most popular ones, are corruption and money laundering for obvious cases. We have to think, when talking about corruption and money laundering, about why this is the case. So especially in small-scale mining, in artisanal mining, we have to bear in mind that this has not been formalized. Also, the people associated that are working, that make a living with mining activities, in most cases, they are not protected by law. And this is very important, so I will repeat it again. They are not protected by law. They work with local economy. And because of this, they are more susceptible in entering the vicious cycle, the mechanisms of organized crime. Organized crime, we hear phrases, for example, of the new gold rush, or gold being the new cocaine. This is because organized crime has identified gold not only as a commodity, but also as a way of money laundering. It is something that allows them to make something very lucrative. In other words, high rewards and low risks. As I have already mentioned, in some legislations, it talks implicitly about informal mining, but it doesn't make any reference to illegal mining depending on the states. So this makes it very easy for organized crime to use this enterprise to make a lot of profit. Also, it is decentralized. We see in a lot of states that national governments, they delegate the authorities and decision to the local governments. This also makes it easy for the stakeholders involved in the value chain, in the supply chain, to be susceptible to bribes. I don't want to say this, but bribes and corruption sometimes is even seen as an efficient, effective method of making this process faster. And it is not perceived as corruption in some cases. But if we see at the framework, that is exactly what is going on. Now, the reason why I started my presentation with giving the three types of mining activities, informal and illegal being the most important, is because it also allows us to identify what in our circle we call the gray zones of concepts, informal and illegal mining. But there is another thing going on when we consider the supply chain, the value chain. So we have the gray zones, speaking about gold that has been illegally mined, but whenever they are sold to foreign stakeholders, it gets mixed with legal gold. So we have not only theoretical gray zones, but also practical gray zones in which gold that has been extracted in an informal, illegal way gets mixed with gold that has been extracted in a legal manner. Another thing that we have to consider is that regardless of whether we're talking about Latin America or Africa, another thing that they have in common is that there are very weak or even no border controls. So when we speak about ASGM, we take a look, for example, to the Amazon basin, to the Sahel, to Central Africa. And this is another aspect. It gets smuggled through the same routes as other illicit goods.
Thank you. That's a really great overview. So speaking about the gray zones and the different ways or criminal groups can exploit the sector, could you maybe touch a bit on impacts and some of the impacts you're seeing?
Of course. So another thing, and this is the last boring theoretical concept that I'll introduce, I promise, and this is quite important, is crime convergence. You can ignore everything that is on the slide. It is basically that different types of crimes overlap whenever we're talking about informal and illegal mining. So we tend to talk about illegal mining as if it was an isolated issue, an isolated phenomena. However, this is not the case. Just to give you a few examples of the many vulnerabilities that we can find along the supply value chain, or environmental, socioeconomic, and human risks. I mentioned the beginning or the end of the first half of my presentation that organized crime groups or using the same smuggling routes of drugs, for example, of other illicit goods to smuggle illegally mined, illegally extracted gold. They're using the same routes, they're using the same airstrips, and we also see a convergence with other types of crime, child labor. We see deforestation. We see local communities, indigenous people, getting displaced in the exact same areas that organized crime is entering in order to illegally mine gold. So you have a simple list in the PowerPoint slide, but crime convergence basically means that different types of crime overlap. So when we talk about illegal mining, when we want to address this issue, we have to take into consideration that it entails not only the lack of license, the lack of documents, but it also entails environmental crimes as well as other types of traditional crimes such as drug smuggling, trafficking in persons, child labor, etc. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think highlighting that criminal convergence element is really important to understanding some of the broader impacts we see of criminal exploitation of the gold sector. And I think that's a really important point to make, is that we're not saying the gold sector is criminal or that gold itself is criminal. It's a commodity. What we are seeing is criminal networks increasingly exploiting the gold sector for gain. And I think what we're seeing is increasingly sophisticated abuse of the sector. So thank you for that really great overview of those complexities and gray area. So turning now to Giselle, we just had the global overview of criminality and how its impacts can manifest very differently depending on the geographic region. Can you please describe some of what you're seeing in the Andean region?
Thank you for the question. So I would like to bring to your attention two key elements that have to do with the way in which criminal networks interact with the state and with local grassroots communities. The first statement I want you to consider is that the spatial organization of illegal mining has a great deal to do with the spatial unevenness of law enforcement. In relation to what Yuki commented a while ago, one of the reasons why we see a rise of illegal mining over the past 2 decades is, well, perhaps commonsensically, because illegal mining has been defined as such in the past 2 decades. It has been inscribed in the criminal code in Andean countries only since the 2000s onwards. Therefore, we see a process of hurried state capacity so as to respond to the increasing involvement of these networks in the gold mining sector. And this hurriedness inevitably leads to different mistakes. I want to point specifically to one of them, which is called the balloon effect. Perhaps some of you have heard about it. This was a short-term term that was coined in the war against drugs, actually, which refers to the ways in which law enforcement, police, and military operations are not eradicating illegal activities, but are only spatially displacing it to other areas. So we see a similar pattern with illegal mining. Illegal mining is not being eradicated from forbidden areas, but it's only being relocated to zones where the military or the police do not reach. This is what happens at the mine site. Another expression of the balloon effect, and again drawing from Yuki's fantastic slideshow, when we see the value chain, takes place in the midstream sector. So traceability concerns, which refer to end market demands so as to increase proofs about the origin of gold, the legal origin of gold, have pushed Andean countries so as to introduce different governance innovation mechanisms that can attest to the origin of gold. However, this, instead of pushing towards the transformation of mining practices, has pushed towards the development of documentation forgery market. In the case of Peru, we see this in the case of, for example, what is being called or being known as the miners without mines, which refers to the miners who are applying for the formalization process, but who are not finishing the process. Only staying as part of the process helps them to sell their gold to final markets. And even though they are not working with any operations, they can sell their permit so that other people can access this. So we see these displacements, these different fixes that are not attending, they are not solving the specific problem at hand, but are only displacing it, relocating it to different areas. And the second statement I want to bring to your consideration is the different ways in which criminal networks operate at the local level. Based on recent research conducted with UNDP Ecuador, one dynamic we find is that criminal networks may be organically embedded. They are not necessarily coming from the international diaspora, for example, which was a very common narrative in Latin America, but they may be related to the way in which local criminal networks have developed enough muscle and enough resources so as to expand to more lucrative economic sectors. In southern Ecuador, we see that the Guayas region, which is very rich in fisheries and aquatic-based economies, develop in tandem with criminal networks that touch the ports. And these criminal networks are the ones that are now displaced, relocating their activities in gold mining. So this is one way in which this local muscle is developing capacity and expanding its connections to other parts of the country. And another local dynamic that is very important to bring into the broader picture refers to the coexistence with the activity. So when we talk about the resource portfolio that criminal organizations manage that alternate between, let's say, illegal mining and drug trafficking, we also must consider the way in which peasant communities, indigenous communities, and impoverished communities in general, especially after the pandemic, have bounced back to these unpreferable but livelihoods, anyway, in the face of any other options, which should help us or push us to consider the origins of the artisanal small-scale mining debate. A livelihood that is going to alleviate poverty, right? A poverty alleviation livelihood. So this is a dynamic that has been increasingly taking shape after the pandemic, when poverty rates skyrocketed in Latin America.
Great. Thank you for that. And I think the changing dynamics in Latin America and the lessons learned from combating the drug trade are really valuable. You mentioned livelihoods, and you've done a lot of research on community dynamics. So could you please tell us a bit more about the impacts on communities, in particular human rights, that you've seen in your research?
Well, first and foremost, of course, the loss of life. Environmental defenders, in particular, are in the front lines in the fight against illegal mining. And Latin America is sadly one of the places with the highest death tolls of environmental defenders, many of whom have lost their lives because of criminal networks with involvement in the mining sector. However, I would also like to bring forward the many miners who have died at the hands of illegal mining activity, miners who are in the process of formalization, or formal miners who are also denouncing the expansion of illegal mining, but who are not in the spotlight because they are not under the tag of environmental defenders, but whose lives matter just as much. Another set of impacts are related to forced labor, especially when it comes down to vulnerable populations such as indigenous people, migrants, and women, who may be involved in mining sites, but also in cognate services such as sexual exploitation, such as the trafficking of supplies in unsafe ways, and so on and so forth. And finally, of course, the vulneration of the right to a healthy environment. And here's one insight that comes from our research with Ecuador that I think it's very interesting to consider. And of course, we understand that illegal mining is also going to impact the environment because they are operating without permits. so there is no way to regulate them. However, illegal mining also impacts miners' decision-making when it comes down to what methods they get to use so as to develop practices in a more efficient and healthier way. So what we found in Ecuador was that informal miners who were in the process of phasing out mercury and opting for cleaner alternatives bounced back to mercury use because they found mercury a safety net so as to avoid being plundered. Mercury, even though it's an inefficient method, in a way it provides a dynamic to keep ore unprocessed so that miners can go back to it and not being stolen, their production not being stolen by illegal miners, right? So inefficiency becomes a way to protect themselves, but at the expense of more contamination and more pollution.
Thank you. Really interesting in thinking about the impacts there. Now, turning to the African context, Mukasuri, you've observed and tracked the gold networks and the gold sector in Zimbabwe for a number of years. So could you please tell us about criminal exploitation of the Zimbabwean gold sector and how you've seen dynamics and supply chains evolve, especially in recent years?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Masena. You know, being a last speaker, and especially with the knowledge that I have, if people draw a beautiful snake, there is no need to add legs. But I'll continue to share about Zimbabwe, add maybe wings to the snake. So let me foreground this conversation, the dynamics in terms of criminality and the involvement in the supply chain, particularly for Zimbabwe. I just want to state, I think, two important things before I dive deep into this conversation. That this is the other side of the balance sheet that we are talking about. We want to address the cost, but also there is the upside to it in terms of how people have been empowered and how gold has been central to development. The second point I think I would want to underscore is the fact that when it comes to human rights, here we're talking about criminality and artisanal small-scale gold mining, but the large-scale mining historically from slavery, colonialism, and this neoliberal agenda, they are not also clean. From the United Nations Conference and, on Trade and Development Report 2020 on economic outlook for Africa, it shows that half of the losses via illicit financial flows from Africa emanate from mining, and gold playing a major part in all this. So you are talking about 44 billion, but largely you are also putting the blame on large-scale miners. But that said, I want to zero in terms of these dynamics on artisanal small-scale gold mining in Zimbabwe. I think what we have seen is, and let me also quickly say, this information comes from number one, the National Risk Assessment Report on money laundering and terrorism financing that are being produced every 5 years by the Financial Intelligence Unit. I'm also going to refer to research. I'm also going to refer to speeches that government officials have made and what also I have observed in the process, because it's important, I think, to understand where this whole conversation is coming from. So basically in Zimbabwe, money laundering and illicit financial flows, I think most of you have seen the Al Jazeera report, are a big challenge. And this is a fact that is acknowledged by the government, by government officials. Their statement, we are losing roughly 1.2 billion annually through illicit financial flows, the smuggling of gold. There is a correlationship between illicit gold trade and environmental crimes. So to that effect, you find that land degradation, pollution, and any other challenges that are associated with artisanal small-scale mining are a big problem. Moving away from the dirty money aspect and the linkage between illicit financial flows and environmental crimes, it's also important to acknowledge violence that it also affected largely the artisanal small-scale mining sector, the machete gang violence, organized crime, but I must also say that government is, to some degree, positively moved to address this big challenge. The other issue that is there is also the issue of gender-based violence, and also young girls, because of the economic situation and the income inequalities. You could call it statutory rape. I can't call it teenage pregnancies. I think the problem is statutory rape. Yeah, so it's something to look at, which is very important. Also, the criminality element of it also sometimes emanate from what Yuke has already shared, the gray areas when you talk about what is criminal, what is informal, because gold, as it is gold possession, is criminalized, and we know gold is accessible in most parts of the continent, of the country. So that's another issue. Then the other point again that I wanted to bring is the issue of political cover. The involvement of political exposed person in the gold sector is a major threat. But to tie it all together, when we talk about human rights violations and how they are affected by the artisanal small-scale gold mining supply chains, particularly from an illicit position, these are issues that we cannot look at it in isolation. The environmental, economic, social, cultural rights violations. So that's what I would share for now, but particularly just to underscore the point that the involvement of foreign actors, the foreign finance in the sector, it has also brought another dynamic when it comes to fueling corruption, money laundering risks, and also political risks that are involved when it comes to undermining the possibly the democratic elections.
Thank you, Mukaseri. I think you highlight a lot of what Yuki was speaking about global trends and what we're seeing in Zimbabwe. And just to highlight a few of the points you made around land rights and concessions, that certainly we've seen that when looking at fragility and government policy and roles, is that this can come into play even in the allocation of land rights, mining rights, concessions, how many years a license is for, that sort of thing, which then plays into also ASM, but large-scale mining dynamics, and how countries need to consider these elements around mining policy and not just be looking at the ASM sector as part of their formalization efforts. So I think that's a really good point. Again, you highlighted criminal convergence, and something that we should be talking about in this panel, which you've highlighted, is the role of foreign actors. It's something that we're seeing which is prevalent globally and growing in foreign nationals coming into countries and engaging in corruption, gold smuggling, and how that undermines governance and violates human rights in many aspects. So now that we've kind of looked at, I think, a global context, I wanted to turn then to solutions and recommendations. So I was wondering, I want to ask our panelists now about enforcement challenges and past and ongoing efforts in this space and how we can best respect human rights in our responses. I think environmental defenders was one aspect that was raised. So Giselle, can you tell us a bit about enforcement efforts you feel have had the greatest impact or have the greatest promise for reducing the negative impacts of criminal exploitation of the gold sector?
Yes, of course. Well, I believe that if illegal mining is right now in our map, is charted in a way, is because of, it was a result of the efforts of indigenous communities and ethnic collectives that have started litigation against illegal mining networks. I can see this in Peru, in Colombia, and it's starting to happen in Ecuador as well. So investing in strengthening communities' capacity so that they become members of governance networks that are going to stand against the development of criminal organizations is going to be very important in the future. In Peru, we see this in the case of the Tres Islas community, who filed a lawsuit against illegally allocated mining permits in their community lands, which led to the declaration of a state of emergency, sanitary state of emergency, and enabled the Peruvian government to start remediation practices and clean the environment from mercury pollution. Now, how effective these measures are today, of course, we need to evaluate. However, the ball started rolling after these legal measures were taken. Therefore, communities should start at the front and the center of these type of responses.
Thank you. And in particular, how can we best protect environmental defenders and the human rights of environmental defenders as part of our responses?
So I believe that part of that answer involves working with these communities and not only raising awareness about the relevance of their work, but also channeling resources so that they can invest that in capacity development, making their work more visible in ways that are adequate for their own research, for their own purposes. For example, what I'm thinking about is right now we have various technologies available. We have GIS, we have different ways in which we can render communities' lands visible using remote sensing and so on and so forth. However, we still need to think about questions on data literacy and data sovereignty, ways that these communities can handle their own information so as to strengthen their territorial projects and their own life plans. So even though we're taking some steps forward trying to bring together indigenous knowledge and Western science, we still need to consider how to strengthen their capacity so as they are actors and not only passive recipients of aid. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. In Mukasiri, Zimbabwe has trialed and implemented several different policies over the years, so there is many lessons to be learned. Can you please tell us a bit about which you feel hold the most promise, or that we can all learn from, including how best to protect human rights?
Okay. I smile when I talk about positive things. So to start with, there's been challenges when it comes to compliance on environmental issues, and we've seen the environmental management agents streamlining the process for artisanal small-scale gold miners. So now an environmental management plan is required instead of the cumbersome and very expensive environmental impact assessment. But policy-wise, that is credible. But the challenge now comes with implementation. Number two, we have seen also government moving to address the disconnect between abundant natural resource wealth and some of the economic challenges that we are facing in terms of the foreign exchange risks, the currency instability. So to that extent, I think two measures that are worth noting have been introduced. One, royalties, half of them are now being paid in gold. And for the first time, we have got the government that is accumulating gold reserves as a result. Then secondly, gold is now used among other assets to back the domestic currency. And these are reforms that have been introduced last month. And I think this is important in the context of the broken global economic and financial architecture, where people are talking about what are possibilities that lie when it comes to de-dollarizing the global economy, and in the context of also Zimbabwe under sanctions. So far it's working. We watch out in terms of the developments in the future. There's also an incentive scheme that government introduced to try and attract gold to the formal market. Earlier on, Takawa Russia in the opening session spoke about if you deliver 20 kgs of gold, there's a 5% incentive. And these are incentive schemes that are quite necessary, but broadening the definition of illicit trade beyond the losses that happen via smuggling, but also environmental crime. So there's also room to incentivize those that can show that gold has been produced in a very productive manner. So lastly, we are also talking about the reform of the Mines and Minerals Act. The Mines and Minerals Bill is back in Parliament, and there are some progressive measures in terms of making sure that access to title for indigenous people insofar as artisanal small-scale mining is concerned. There is a lot to say, but for now, let me rest my case in the interest of time here.
Thank you. I think the issue of geopolitics and the buying decisions of governments is certainly something that we're seeing impact on global gold supply chains, and is something that we all can consider or factor into responses, especially how it can ideally benefit them, as the Zimbabwe experience, I think, highlights. Now, turning to Yuki, UNODC has been actively involved in combating criminal exploitation of the gold sector for many years. So can you please tell us a bit about UNODC efforts in this space and important lessons learned around challenges and how best to protect human rights?
Of course. So UNODC has basically a portfolio whenever we want to address these issues, such as illegal mining. The most famous ones for external stakeholders is data recollection, analysis, and research. However, we also work with states in order to support their policies and develop legislation as well. We do capacity building in order to promote regional and national cooperation. This is very important, and I will explain why later. And we also provide something that we call alternative developments, helping people look for alternative livelihood methods. And I want to focus in the data recollection, analysis, and research aspect of the solutions that we offer, because it clearly denotes the challenges that we face regardless of the geographic region whenever we want to address and tackle illegal mining. We face several barriers, and these barriers actually have two names. They are called jurisdiction and sovereignty. Jurisdiction is extremely important because whenever we're dealing with national counterparts, we have issues precisely identifying the organization that will be in charge of tackling, together with us, the issue of illegal mining. So whenever we speak with government counterparts about illegal mining, do we go to the Ministry of Environment? Do we go to the Ministry of Mining? Some states don't even have a Ministry of Mining. Others direct us to the Ministry of Energy, the National Police Agency, and so on and so on. In one instance, for example, we even got suggested that we should work together with a corporation that was 100% owned by the state. So it depends. The counterparts in which we have to work together with to address the issue of illegal mining is very different from country to country. Another way of understanding this phenomena is that even the states themselves, they don't have a clear line of, they haven't identified a clear line of solution whenever we think about informal and illegal mining. In terms of sovereignty, transnational organized crime, they operate in various states at the same time. During my presentation, I was talking about one of the issues being weak or no border control, and organized crime takes a lot of advantage of this. So, Comando Fermelo, El Tren de Aragua, just to give you a few examples. Primero Comando do Capital, for example, we know for sure that these organized crime syndicates, they operate from one country, they send orders to another country, and they have already identified illegal mining as a very lucrative enterprise. And because of the nature of our organizations, public organizations and international organizations, we have difficulty following up and tackling this issue of jurisdiction as well as sovereignty. Whenever we're working with country X, these organized crime groups, they're simultaneously operating in different countries. And unfortunately, sometimes that in a negative sense, it defines the scope of our intervention. We have learned of from these challenges, of course, And whenever we design and we implement a project, we always take into account, for example, how we will promote regional and national cooperation. We also make sure to include components to tackle and address human rights as well as the gender component. If the projects do not have these components, they will not get authorized in-house. And just to give you one very quick example, we have a project in Colombia called SIMSI, because of its abbreviations in Spanish. It's called, I think in English, it's Integrated Illicit Crop Monitoring System. And the way this project developed basically denotes what I was explaining about crime convergence. And this project is with the government of Colombia. As the name itself says, it focused on illicit crops. However, when analyzing the satellite imagery, the people started realizing that something else was going on. To make a very long story short, they identified that illegal exploitation of mining, as it is called in Colombia, was going on in these areas. And the project got expanded to address the issue of crime convergence and to address and promote regional and as well as national cooperation. We're learning from the limitations of jurisdiction and sovereignty and trying to address these elements through the things that we're doing.
Thank you. And also thank you for that valuable example of how responses can recognize and address criminal convergence in this space. And I think we've talked a long time about how cooperation and collaboration is needed in this space. And I'd just like to applaud UNODC, but also planetGOLD for their efforts to increase that. I think we've seen multiple slides today which show the different ministries or actors the different interventions are working with, which is a really valuable aspect of responses. So now we have about 10 or 15 minutes for questions. So I'd like to turn it to the audience and see if anybody has any questions.
Luis Fernandez from Cincia, working in Peru. Much of the discussion about the illicit trade of metals focuses on gold. But can the panel discuss the illegal trade of mercury, both in the South American context and in the African context, and how it gets into countries that don't have native mercury sources?
I'll take 2 or 3 questions and we'll answer them as a panel. I think we'll have Marcin and, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Marcin, do you want to go first? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Merci bien. Omar Cissé de Mali. Ma question s'adresse aux 3 panélistes. J'aimerais savoir leur avis. Que pensent-ils du fait que l'or, simplement parce qu'il est pensionné, c'est d'être considéré comme ici d'activité criminelle? Je reprends. Que pensez-vous du fait que l'or, du fait qu'il est simplement pensionné, cesse d'être considéré comme issu d'une activité criminelle? Nous savons qu'il y a le blanchiment de l'argent à travers l'or, mais il y a aussi de l'or qu'on peut considérer comme de l'or sale. Je vous remercie. Est-ce que prochainement même, ce forum ne peut pas plancher sur ces aspects? Le fait de blanchir l'or, parce que l'or réellement, comme il est présenté aujourd'hui, fait l'objet aussi de blanchiment.
Okay, so we've had a bit of translation issues, so we're going to get a translation while Marcin is asking his question.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So you mentioned a couple of times that the sector is being exploited. You mentioned abuse of the sector, so abuse of the ASM sector. But at the same time, I think this lack of clarity in language between informal and illegal, in the end, I think people don't really confuse this. And I think there is an image of the whole sector that is becoming a bit of a scapegoat for this criminal activity that they are actually being victim of. So what are your recommendations, in terms of changing this image, and what can we do not to have, 20 million people criminalized because, part of them are not behaving well, but also that they are being victims of groups extorted by them and sometimes really not wanting to work with them.
Okay, I think maybe I'll take a crack at answering Marcine's question first, even though I'm the moderator, because this is a pet issue of mine around how, and Yuki, I think you have thoughts as well. I find the definitions around criminal, informal, legal really problematic and challenging and not necessarily really helpful, because I think it's also very subjective depending on the actor itself, and it doesn't actually change the form of mining activity itself. Like, we can all look at the same mine site, the same activity, and different actors will have different perceptions of whether it's informal, criminal, or legal. So I think I agree. I think it is problematic. Where I see it being an issue is, the first thing is, we've seen a real push in tightening legislation around ASM, which I think was seen as really a positive part of formalization, and which is needed. However, what we've seen is that definitions of ASM, as they became more specific and technical, it actually pushed a lot of those informal operations into the black market, because then with the ASM sector more clearly defined, they more clearly became illegal. And so I think that was an unintended consequence of legislation, and something we need to think about around definitions and how we then engage with the sector. The other issue, and I think this comes up a lot with financing, which was said earlier, was it doesn't matter if you or I call it informal because they're in the process or whatever. That doesn't matter to a bank, a refiner, that sort of thing. They need to be legal. They need to have the permit. And so it doesn't matter if you call them informal and say they're in the process. And so I think when we're looking around legislation and licensing and that sort of thing, we need to also think about what does this mean with engagement around financing and sourcing, which I think some of maybe the academic or theoretical concepts around this don't always reflect the realities and what needs to happen for that financial engagement. And so I'm not sure if I fully answered the question, but I think that's some of the problems we see around terminology and how maybe with like development actors versus financial institutions versus the private sector, we all have different ideas around this, and maybe looking at legislation or definitions and what it means more in practical terms could be a really valuable part of our efforts going forward. I don't know if anybody else has thoughts on that.
Of course, to add up to what Marcina just said, since I would say approximately 2016, there has been what we call a media boom on the illegality of mining. And one of the objectives that I wanted, well, one of the objectives of introducing the difference in definitions of the concepts used in this issue was precisely to address and to highlight the fact that not all informal mining is illegal. And this was, in a way, to resolve the image that was implanted by the media boom of illegal mining, because, as you mentioned, we are unnecessarily using a lot of victims as scapegoats due to this media boom, which was not entirely the point. And the recommendations are precisely what we are trying to do at UNODC. Nothing is perfect, but we are trying to promote regional cooperation precisely to avoid this type of mixing between informal and illegal mining, as well as legislation development because of the points that Marcina said. Yes, we always have unintended consequences whenever we support policy, whenever we develop legislation, but we also have to admit that in most instances, there is a gray zone between informal and illegal mining precisely because in many cases, the definitions are not properly codified. It is an ongoing process which will last longer than we would like to, but we are working on it and we are aware of the issues.
Did you want to add to that? I have answered. Okay, so go ahead. To the question about the illegal trade of mercury, thank you very much. So I would like to highlight the effort of the Community of Andean Nations with the Observatorio Andino del Mercurio, the Andean Observatory of Mercury Trade. It's bringing forward important information about mercury extracted from Mexico that is traveling all the way down and ending in Bolivia even. So Peru used to be a very important mercury supplier with the Huancavelica mines, supplying mercury in Sinabar, right, since pre-colonial times. However, today, the relocation of mercury production to Mexico is configuring this whole Pan-American, let's say, highway of mercury transport drop by drop. And here I want to draw another observation which relates to why, the classic question, right? Why do miners continue using mercury today? A great deal of the answer has to do to the different conditions that they are placed upon by mercury traders who happen to be also financiers of informal and illegal operations. So this is surfacing in the literature, specifically in the Andean region, specifically in informal mining operations that are not particularly profitable. So miners who work at a margin and whose capital depends on this drop-by-drop financing will be subjected to continue using unsustainable technologies for processing. To the question about the blanchiment, the laundry, right, the laundry of gold, I think that it is important to pay attention to beneficiation plants. Most of our discussion, right, is based on the mining side. However, beneficiation plants are the places where gold is smelted eventually and where traceability blurs because we lose perspective from the origins, right, of gold. So greater traceability, governance efforts focusing on how beneficiation plants are operating, who happen also to be very important financiers of informal operations. I think it's the mandate. And well, you have already covered some of the discussion about informal and illegal, and I concur with the observation on what do we do so as not we have to have 20 million people criminalized, right? I think that today we're seeing discursive manipulation of the idea of illegal mining. Before coming to this conference, I saw a headline saying that after 50 years of illegal mining exploitation, the Amazon is being destroyed. And I thought, well, illegal mining didn't exist as such 50 years ago, right? It was very legal, state-promoted mining. Therefore, it's very important first to pay attention to research and what research is telling us about, okay, what type of mining are we talking about, when did it happen, etc. And second, to empower miners' voices who are largely marginalized from discussion, who are not part of law enforcement efforts, who may be important allies so as to push back illegal forces, right? But who are not necessarily part of that conversation.
Okay.
Sorry, Mukasiri, could I ask that you do the mercury trade for Africa as well, if you weren't planning on addressing that question?
All right, thank you. So I want to start by telling a small story. I come from Berengwa, a remote district, almost 500 kilometers away from the capital Harare. To drive there, you need almost a day to get home. But during the time when we were going to the nearest town, Sushavani, we would pass through an administrative post for getting mostly your birth certificate. There was also a district hospital there, hardly anything. But when land reform happened in 2000, it opened up opportunities for people to go into artisanal small-scale gold mining. And when we are now talking about prior to 2000, the dominance in terms of gold production in Zimbabwe was largely industrial gold, primary producers. But after land reform, Mberengwa is almost like a town now because of artisanal small-scale gold mining. We all learned later that my farmers, the white farmers were not just farmers, they were also mining. So what is my point here? Our laws are largely colonial. This is why even if you put on the television right now, watch the news, the genocide in Palestine, people are debating whether it's genocide or whether it's not genocide. We just have to clean the mirror for human rights and stop pretense. I think that's for me what is important. We can waste time here. I mean, it's good to come to Philippines here, to Manila, talk about it, but let us be clear. Let us clean the mirror for us to really look at ourselves and to say, are we very genuine? Because if someone just picks gold from nugget from farming, you are told that you're a criminal because you're in possession of gold. Who brought that law? I mean, let's admit it ourselves. So, number one. Number two, the issue of mercury that you spoke about very, very well. There's a link between illicit financial flows and other illicit or crime, environmental crimes. Those that control illegal trade of mercury, they smuggle mercury, they use it also as the basis of financing artisanal small-scale miners to be able to clean the gold is also problematic. So without tackling illicit financial flows, it's difficult to tackle the element of criminality because these are underground dealings. Once we have illicit gold trade, we stand a better chance in terms of fighting, what is it called, fighting illicit trade of mercury. Then the last point here is on formal criminality in a very direct sense. These are simple academic arguments. It depends where you were taught. If you are using your own, I mean, it depends upon your school of thought. Because for me, you can't say people that are earning a livelihood, the right to life, it can be criminalized. We are talking about drought. I remember 1991-92 being one of the most severe droughts that gripped Zimbabwe and Africa. It is when people resorted to gold panning to survive. And would you call that a crime? I don't know. You can't criminalize a livelihood. People have a right to earn life from their environment. If anything, change the laws to make it easier. Put an enabling environment to make it easier to deal with other things that we're talking about. So as I speak, I think positively, we have not done enough in terms of telling the true stories in artisanal small-scale mining. We have people that have earned income, livelihoods that have flourished as a result of this. And we have seen large-scale investments, like in the case of Zimbabwe, they contributed last year 3% to the national total revenue. Yet this is a sector that for every dollar that you earn, they contribute almost 75%. And you see who are the real criminals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukasiri. I think really highlighting the complexity of the sector and the need to identify the motive and impacts of legislation and labeling as well behind the sector. For mercury flows into Africa, we've looked at this a bit. There's no mercury sources within Africa, so it's imported a lot through ports, that sort of thing. There are some reports on this, not as many as we would like, but we can make those available in the resource library online. And then our question, other question was, why is gold more connected with illegal mining and criminal networks? This is linked to the low risk, high profit nature of gold mining, as well as the fact that gold is a financial vehicle and so is very valuable in money laundering and moving finances, even for trade, export, which doesn't necessarily have to be criminal, abroad. But again, we have some reports that are available on this and go much more in depth that we can make available in the resource library. So with that, I'd like to tie up our panel, and please give our panelists a big round of applause.
Thank you. That's an interesting discussion, and actually, yes, also an interesting aspect of what we call crime, because it's true that people who live in subsistence can't be criminals. However, sometimes the use of the money that's generated from the gold can be criminal, either for corruption or for use to buy weapons and finance other type of activities. So that's where I think we need also to be careful. So that brings us to the closing part of the first day of this global forum. And for that, I will ask Monika Stankiewicz to come back, give her your feedback from the day to see how it can, from the Minamata Convention perspective, but also the fun part, which is the result of the photo contest. So, Monika, please. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and I hope you have a few minutes of patience before we close. And let me very briefly reflect on today's discussions. I would say that the negotiators of the Minamata Convention were very clever when approaching informal sector and not trying to, from the outset, ban use of mercury, not to criminalize people, basically, but give time to figure out how to best proceed. And what we have heard today about the issue of access to financing, to access to formal markets, really is a key. And I'm very pleased that the planetGOLD really tackles this issue, and it does with a variety of other matters being combined. So it's become really a holistic approach to addressing a very complex issue. So it is, of course, also a matter of mainstreaming gender and empowering women. And as we have heard today, women need to be visible, valued, and supported in the ASGM sector. And then the last session about the organized crime and human rights abuses and violations, of course, is part of the problem. So I was really, really glad to see having this expertise with us, and for the entire community to have ability to really identify and name it, so we can have this holistic approach. I'm especially glad to see that there are so many organizations and individuals who are already working on the illicit mercury trade and illicit financial flows, and which is also linked to we as the Minamata Convention Secretariat are organizing this Thursday. It's a workshop on mercury trade where these aspects are inherently part of making sure that the mercury is only traded from the sources, allowable sources, and for allowable uses. But all in all, I'm very, it has been super interesting. I hope for you as well. You now, of course, deserve some rest and dinner, but before that, I would like to, I hope that every one of you had the chance to visit the photo contest display in the exhibit area and to cast your vote for your favorite photo. And the idea behind this photo contest is to use imaginary, depicting the people, places, and things that are involved in and impacted by SGM. And the hope is that we are all mindful of what is at stake and who stands to benefit from the strategies being discussed to make mercury history in the SGM sector. The photos on the display were selected after an initial round of online voting, and the final round of voting took place here earlier today. And now it's my pleasure to recognize all finalists for their excellent photography. And if the photographer is here with us today, please come and join me on stage when I announce the photo. And if the photographer is not present, please have a representative of the planetGOLD project team come up. And I will call on each photo in alphabetical order. However, this is not an indication of the number of votes each received. And once I recognize all 5 finalists, we will find who the winner is. So first, we have the photo from Colombia, captured by Juan Manuel Chavarria. So if I can ask you to come on stage, thank you. Thank you, please. So this is a certificate. Oh, it's not the photo. Good, you know your own worries. All right. Yes, thank you so much. And the certificate, so let's give an applause. And just a few words, this photograph features a woman miner named Adi Ali. We see the photo behind, thank you. And as leader of her Miners Association, she has helped empower women miners in her community by supporting their formalization and enabling them to sell mercury-free gold. And the photo was taken in Colombia, in Cauca. Thank you. And the next finalist image is from Ecuador, photographed by Luis Tapia and represented here by a member of the Ecuador team. So if I can welcome. Thank you so much. And that's the certificate and the photograph. Thank you. And this image shows a group of women who work as mineral selectors, scavenging shows among mineral discarded by larger mining operations to select material with small bits of gold they can extract. And the photo was taken in Azuay province. And the third finalist photo is from Ghana, taken by Samuel Norte Kwaye. And let me say a few words about the photograph. So this photo depicts a group of small-scale mine workers mining ore on site at Acute Mines, which is a planetGOLD Ghana pilot site in Presta, Ghana. And the next finalist photo is from the Philippines, taken by Dawn Po Kim Kue. And again, a few words about the image. You can see it shows the technical team of the planetGOLD Philippines project and miners at the Paracale project site, celebrating the successful completion of their training in operating and maintaining the new mercury-free processing plant. And last but not least, the fifth finalist photo is from Uganda, photographed by Ibrahim Biko and submitted by planetGOLD Uganda. Thank you so much. And this photo depicts a miner named Prosi who is working on sizing ore to get it ready to extract gold. The photo was taken at the Kayonza mine site in central Uganda. So again, one round of applause for our finalists. All right. right, and now for the winner, the photo that received the most votes in the final round of voting is Samuel for his photo of mine workers in Ghana. Bravo! All right, thank you so much. I think you can leave the stage. Thank you so much. And we are very close now to finalizing, but again, thank you to all the photographers. And now I will hand it back to Lodovic for some words to close the session for today. Thank you so much.
Thanks, and a big round of applause to also those 50 photographs that were submitted. So it shows that we've achieved quite a bit in terms of the local communication team's capacity. So that's something we will actually cover tomorrow. So to close the first day, won't be long, since we only have 12 minutes of interpretation. I won't take that long though. So today we covered a lot of ground, mostly around the aspect of financing, access to finance, aspect of human rights that also linked. Tomorrow we'll cover also the other pillars of the program. We will start with some discussion on formalization, then move on to technology, and then we'll have some interesting discussions to broaden a bit the debate. One on the interaction with large-scale mining, which is important because, as we mentioned today, someone mentioned today that miners also like to ASGM occurs very closely to large-scale mining sites, and therefore we need to work on the interaction. I think we have people here from the World Gold Council, and they've been working on this for quite a while. But others too, of course, I'm looking at. Then we'll talk a bit about taxation as well. I think the Subsecretary this morning mentioned taxation in his opening speech. This is an important aspect. It's a bit often the elephant in the room. We don't talk too much about it because it is, in the end, it can be perceived as a barrier to formalization, but we need to approach it in a way that is proactive and that works. And we'll talk also about something that's very close to UNEP, is the link to biodiversity. So as you know, we are in the middle of a triple planetary crisis with climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And this sector in particular, as operates often in very close or within areas of high biodiversity value, and therefore we need to address this issue in the context also of the global biodiversity framework. We'll finalize the day on communication because, as we've seen from the results from the current annual report, a lot of the avoided mercury that we've achieved is actually from sharing experience about this child project. That's how we can make a difference. And the photo contest was one aspect of communication, but we also need to change the opinion, the general opinion on ASM, to make people realize that it is a livelihood, as was mentioned in the previous panel. And if done correctly, it has the potential to really alleviate poverty in rural areas. So that's where tomorrow will take us. But for today, I have an announcement, a logistic announcement. So the event organizers will organize a QR code over there at the end of the room. We'd like people to scan this QR code that will allow you to provide information on the date and time of your flight back home, so that we can organize buses to take everyone back to Manila. And for tonight, the dinner will be in the same room where we had lunch, and at 6 p.m. So thanks a lot. I wish everyone a good, restful night. We're all suffering from jet lag still, but tomorrow we'll be very refreshed. Thank you. Bye.